views, I don't know, but on the show, they're wholesome, and their biggest problem is making enough dinner for their 20-plus member family. The public does not know that there are crimes against children being committed in the family home. It's not until 2015, almost 10 years later, that information is made public. In Touch magazine does a FOIA request, and they do an expose. They reveal that they were able to get their hands on the police files from back in 2006 when the police investigate the family after the failed Oprah interview. The police document goes public. The sisters who were abused by Joshua were very upset that the police file was made public because people were guessing which sister was the victim in the redacted files. They were able to put the ages to
No, he one-shot me. Come on, your one-shots are garbage.
Who had been victimized by Joshua.
And they don't want that information public.
No. So while a few of the sisters
I hit him 75 times, he hits me once. Same fucking normal piece of shit brain dead developer.
Jim Bob Duggar, the family man Christian who wants capital punishment for crimes like incest, first learns that Joshua has been assaulting his sisters, touching his sisters while they were asleep. This is back in 2002 he figures this out. Joshua is 14.
Okay.
Joshua is 14, 2002, Jim Bob finds out. He does not report this to the police. A few months later, Joshua reports again that he's been molesting yet another sister. So the parents decide that they're going to discipline him privately at home, but nothing else. No call to the police, nothing. They will later report it, but not right now. Instead, Jim Bob punishes Joshua, and at the same time, he's running for the Republican Senate seat in Arkansas, and he's talking about how incest needs to be a capital crime. And the next year, in 2003, the Duggar parents are made aware of 2 more incidents where he molests a victim who is awake and sitting on his lap. Then around the same time, in the laundry room, he later puts his hand up another victim's dress. Jim Bob goes to the church. He asks the church leaders for the best course of action because he doesn't know how to prevent this from happening again. The church elders are like, oh yeah, he needs help. You gotta send him away. Jim Bob sends him to this counseling camp, or at least that's like what Jim Bob tells the police. That it's a Christian counseling program where he had to do manual labor and work with counselors, which turned out not to even be a counseling camp. It was just like a fellow Christian who owned a home remodeling business. Not that I would even think a counseling camp would suffice, but it's just some church friend. When he gets back, remember Jim Holt? Joshua Duggar was supposed to court Jim Holt's oldest daughter.
Jim Holt!
Yes.
Kaylee. Everyone was like, oh yeah, they're definitely going to get married because Jim Bob and
Steve
Jim
Holt,
Holt
Steve
are
Holt.
besties. They're both politicians.
Steve
they both
Holt.
have a trillion children, and their son and daughter are absolutely, they're the same age. They're going to get married. Well, out of nowhere, Jim Holt is like, I'm not friends with Jim Bob anymore. I'm not talking about Jim Bob. My daughter will never be around Jim Bob's kids anymore, so no, Jim Bob. And everyone's like, what happened? It was this, at this moment, that Jim Bob tells Jim Holt, hey, this is what my son's been doing, and we're trying to remedy it by sending him to this counseling program.
Wow, he volunteered that information.
Yeah, and Jim Holt is like, that's actually crazy. You need to take him to the police. This is a literal crime that you actually advocate against when you're trying to run for office. So like, you need to take him to the police. So that's what they do. They take Joshua to the police and they choose a very specific officer by the name of Joseph Hutchins. He's a former state trooper, but he's now in prison, federal prison, for the next 56 years for CSAM.
The officer also?
Yeah.
But they didn't know that, right? When that happened.
That's what they say.
So what do you mean by they take it to?
No, so Joseph Hutchins was a close friend, it seems, of the family.
Okay.
Or is at least very friendly with the family.
So what is the police doing with Josh at that point?
So Joseph Hutchins gives Joshua a very stern talking to, and that's it.
What?
Joseph Hutchins, also, he is in prison right now, and he will come out to state.
What?
Well,
You
actually,
one-shot me again,
He told
piece
me it
of
was just
shit.
one time. If I had known it was multiple times, I would have written him up and done something about it, but he told me it was one time, so I gave him a stern talking to, essentially like that. But Hutchins, like I said, is a close family friend, gives him that stern talking to, I mean, of what could happen if he continues such behavior. And Hutchins is like, well, there's nothing else I can do about it. So for the next 3 years since that point, the Duggars focus on getting famous, making millions of dollars, showing their very safe, very loving, wholesome family of children who all live together, while there were reported crimes inside the house. And then 2006, 3 years after reporting it to the police, they show up in Chicago for the Oprah Winfrey interview, and the producers get an email that something nefarious is happening in the house. A formal investigation starts. The family fly back to Arkansas. They relay all the stuff that's happened in the past few years. And the police determined in 2006 that the time in which they could have pressed charges has expired. They can't do anything about it. Everything is out in the open. No one is negating that this happened. It's just they can't do anything about it. And if you're wondering, how did somebody email Oprah? So the identity of the emailer is a little bit vague right now, but there were 2 emails sent. One to the police station directly, and then one to the Oprah Winfrey Show. And it seems like it all starts with a letter inside of a book. The In Touch reports, the Duggars told police that at the time Josh was accused of and admitting to these sexual acts, a family friend aware of what had happened had written down, in this little piece of paper, a letter, what he knew of Josh's actions. That letter was then placed inside of a book and then forgotten about. And then just recently in 2006, the book had been loaned out to someone else with the letter in it, and that person read the letter and started talking to all the church community members about what they found in the book of this letter, and somebody emailed Oprah.
That's insane.
Yeah. So in 2006, mainstream media, the press, the public, they still don't know about any of these accusations, these allegations, except there's a few whispers on forums that something weird is happening with Josh Duggar and he's not a golden boy. But a lot of these whispers are coming from people that are in that same church community in Arkansas. They don't have proof. It's just like an internet whisper. Nothing is confirmed. 2015, In Touch gets their hands on that police file, and they decide to metaphorically let the hell gates open and release them to the public. They reveal that Joshua was 15 years old when he molested his younger, much younger siblings and committed at least 7 acts of sexual molestation. It alleges that he would go from sister to sister because all the girls would sleep in one common room. All the guys would sleep in a common room, and he would molest them. Jim, Bob, and Michelle argued that Joshua apologized to the victims and they had forgiven him. So what's crazy is what follows after is almost almost as alarming as the original reports. The family released statements. Side note, in 2015, that's when the Ashley Madison leak is also occurring. So Joshua is married. He and his wife, Anna Duggar, have 4 kids, one of whom is born during the midst of all of this in 2015. She gives birth while all of this is happening. The In Touch expose goes live, then the Ashley Madison leak happens.
Approaching Stargate.
Wow.
But Jim, Bob, and Michelle, they write, back 12 years ago, our family went through one of the most difficult times of our lives. When Joshua was a young teenager, he made some very bad mistakes, and we were shocked. We had tried to teach him right from wrong. That dark and difficult time caused us to seek God like never before. Even though we never choose to go through something so terrible, each one of our family members drew closer to God. We pray that as people watch our lives, that they see that we are not a perfect family. We have challenges and struggles every day. It is one of the reasons we treasure our faith so much, because God's kindness and goodness and forgiveness
come on!
to us, even though we are so undeserving.
My entire
Josh writes
bar.
in his statement, 12 years ago, as a young teenager, I acted inexcusably, for which I am extremely sorry and deeply regret.
Is this the same response to the Ashley Madison post or a separate one?
A separate one. So this one comes first, and then Ashley Madison comes next. I heard others, including my family and close friends. I confessed this to my parents, who took several steps to help me address the situation. We spoke with the authorities, where I confessed my wrongdoing, and my parents arranged for me and those affected by my actions to receive counseling.
Counseling.
So he just goes down the, I sought forgiveness, Christ forgave me, so I'm thankful for God's
I'm a
grace.
child
mercy, and
molester. I
redemption.
got some therapy.
Anna Duggar, Joshua's wife, and the mother of their 4 children, who the world thinks is just finding out about the fact that he molested his sisters, she makes a statement. I can imagine the shock many of you are going through reading this. I remember feeling that same shock. It was not at the point of engagement or after we were married. It was 2 years before Josh asked me to marry him. Josh shared his past teenage mistakes. I was surprised at his openness and humility, and at the same time, I didn't know why he was sharing it. For Josh, he wanted not just me, but my parents to know who he really was, even every difficult past mistake. At that point, and over the next 2 years, Joshua shared how the counseling he received changed his life as he continued to do what he was taught. She says that she felt comfortable marrying Josh because he was someone who, quote, had gone down a wrong path and had humbled himself before God and those whom he had offended, someone who had received the help needed to change the direction of his life and do what is right. I want to say thank you to those who took time over a decade ago to help Josh in a time of crisis. Your investment changed his life from going down the wrong path into doing what's right. If it weren't for your
What?
help, I would not be here as a wife celebrating 6.5 years of marriage to a man who knows how to be a gentleman.
I
and
love
treat a
getting
girl
shot
right.
from off screen for my
Thank
entire
you to
bar.
all of you who tirelessly
It's so
work
fun.
with children in crisis. You are changing lives, and I'm forever grateful to all of you. That's just not how it works, okay? A lot of people think that Anna Duggar's reaction, Jim Bob, Michelle, Joshua Duggar, are they living in the same reality as we are? This is not the kind of statement that you release in a situation like this. Like, this is not normal. TLC, there's talks of them canceling their show. They stop all reruns of 19 Kids and Counting. Advertisers start backing out, not of just 19 Kids and Counting, but of the TLC network. People are rightfully fucking pissed off. How dare you preach family values and use it as a way to justify being homophobic, transphobic against women, and then you're what? Protecting a predator in your own home? And then the interview drops. The Duggars decide, in the heat of this PR crisis, they're going to sit down for an hour-long interview with Megyn Kelly, then with Fox News. So that's when Megyn Kelly was an anchor on Fox News, to share their side of the story.
Who's there?
Everyone. So first, it's Jim Bob and Michelle sitting side by side, appearing almost with like a strange, nonchalant attitude, as if this is just another press tour for one of their many, many specials. But they're here to address the fact that their eldest son was molesting his younger sisters in their sleep inside their house, and they did nothing about it. Jim Bob starts.
We went through one of the most darkest times that our family's ever gone through. And our son Josh came to us on his own, and he was crying. And he had just turned 14. And he said that he had actually improperly touched some of our daughters.
We were shocked. I mean, we were just devastated. I don't think any parent is prepared for trauma like that. And I think we had one ray of hope in that Josh had a tender conscience, and he was the one that came and shared on his own, even though the others really didn't know anything of his wrongdoing.
This is something that they do, which is skip over the fact that the police report states that he had a victim on his lap when he molested her, and she was very much conscious. But the Duggar parents, they seem to only like to talk about the fact that Joshua molested his sisters while they were asleep, almost as if, well, they didn't realize what he was doing, so it must be no harm, no foul. It's like a victimless crime. Michelle states that, yes, as a parent, she was devastated because they're trying to raise their kids right, but here's one of their children just making some really bad choices. Jim Bob says,
He was just curious about girls, and he had gone in and just basically touched them over their clothes while they were asleep, and they didn't even know he had done it. And so we went, and the first thing was to protect the girls,
Because
the children.
it was so important for us as parents to talk to our girls.
I wonder
and,
if it's
and
a
make
cry
sure
for
that
help
nothing else had happened.
to get him
So
away from his
one-
parents.
Well, one by one, as we talked with them, none of them were aware of Josh's wrongdoing.
when asked about what they did, Jim Bob says, so I talked to him and we put all kinds of punishments on him. We watched him all the time. I took him to work with me, and he just, we poured our lives into him.
So we had safeguards that protected them from that. But there was another incident where, two different incidents where girls were like laying on the couch, and it was and he had touched like over the couch and actually touched their breast while they were asleep, and so over the clothes, and so it was a very difficult situation. But as we talked to other parents and different ones since then, a lot of families have said that they've had similar things happen in their families.
And so,
Freaking crazy.
yeah.
Especially in the right-wing
For
Christian
us, of course, this is
pipeline.
public shame that our son did this back 12, 13 years ago.
Now, Michelle is looking at Jim Bob with her mouth agape, like either she's hearing this for the first time or she doesn't like that he's saying this on TV, but I don't know.
What does she not like him saying?
Just like, we talk to a lot of families, like this
Oh,
is
the other families,
everyone
right?
does this.
Right.
And also the couch, like how someone was on the couch and he had touched someone, and she's just like,
Again, this was not rape or anything like that. This was like touching somebody over their clothes. There were a couple incidents where he touched them under their clothes. But it was like a few seconds, and then he came to us and was crying and told us what happened, and it was after that third time he came to us is where we really felt like, you know what, we have done everything we can as parents to handle this in-house.
That's crazy what he
yeah.
just said.
Yeah, no, this whole 40-minute interview is,
What is he saying right now? He's
Yeah.
like, sounds like he's trying to minimize the situation by adding more details, and the more he says, the worse it becomes.
Yeah, but like I genuinely think he believes it, which makes it so much worse.
He doesn't care. He doesn't think it's a big deal.
They go to the church leaders after the third time. Why not the police? Jim Bob says,
You know what? As parents, you're not mandatory reporters. You are. The law allows for parents to do what they think's best for their child. And so we got him out of the home, and we sent him down to this place. And that was really probably the best decision that we made through this whole process, because it was at that place. This is the first time Josh had ever been out of the home. But I was thankful. The ray of hope was that Josh had came and told us, and that his heart was still soft, because we wouldn't have known about any of these things if he hadn't came and told us.
it gets disturbing to the point that Megyn Kelly becomes the voice of reason. And she's like, hey, can you just talk for a moment as the father of your daughters who are also the victims instead of like the father of the perpetrator? And he says,
I was so thankful though that Josh came and told us. And our girls, even though this was a very bad situation,
we're thankful.
As we've talked to other families who've had, other things happen, a lot of their stories were even worse.
I can't imagine my dad saying that. Like, that's actually insane. Michelle talks about it as if it's something that happens in every single person's house, she says.
There were a lot of things that changed in our understanding as parents with, this first child, first son, to come to this place in his life. We're like, there's things that we've learned even since then that I think, you know what? We don't let boys babysit. We don't let, they don't play hide and seek together. Two don't go off and hide. I mean, there's just a lot of things that we put in place. And we said, you're not alone in a room with someone else. You always be out visible. And, little ones don't sit on big boys' laps or people that you don't know, or even family members, unless it's your daddy, and so there's boundaries that we've learned.
She's saying they can't play hide and seeks anymore?
Yeah, if your children cannot play hide and seek together because you're scared that one of them is going to molest the other, you're doing something very wrong. Megyn Kelly is asking, how could you, unfairly in their view, because this is Fox News, compare transgendered people to child molesters, because that's what they've done. Suggest that they're child molesters, knowing that you know about Josh. Just to give you a little bit of context, in 2014, so just a year before this interview, Michelle Duggar recorded a robocall, which is like, it automatically calls a bunch of residents in the area with an automated message, and in it she says,
Hello, this is Michelle Duggar. I'm calling to inform you of some shocking news that will affect the safety of Northwest Arkansas women and children.
Hey, Kat, are you there?
The Fayetteville City
What's up, buddy?
Docking permission requested.
I'm just trying to figure some stuff out. I finally built a tier 2 ship for myself, and of course it'd be nice to get the stuff together to build one for you too.
Yeah, I don't know what I can do, but let me know.
If you want a break from running around doing the questing, or doing the point of interest stuff, we could use a lot of tier 2 wood.
Tier 2, you want me to chop wood? Do you know where I can find it?
Yeah, it's that island to the northeast.
Okay, northeast.
The one all the way to the northeast. I've got two fast points on it.
Yeah, you've gone way north. Okay,
the northernmost of those two ones. If you take that fast travel and go south.
South. Okay. Yes.
Kind of south to east. Basically, you kind of go southeast and follow the rocky mountains on the side of the island. Yeah. But you'll see what you're looking for with the trees. They're not going to look like the trees you've been seeing so far. They look a little bit different. Okay. Of course, be aware there are some more dangerous monsters. The wolves are kind of a fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah.
We're at a point right now where we're on the cusp of like upgrading our armor and ships to the next tier. We're very close, and I really want to get to the point where we can be there.
Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, I'll go chop wood. I'm at this island, and I'd like to shut the fast travel out of this place. Out of this island, because I'm done here after one more chest. So let me grab the single chest I've got to grab, and I'll jump over there. I'm even empty, which is good, because the inventory fills up too fast. Oh, I meant to ask, Bang, you mentioned like did John quit WoW or something?
He just doesn't play very much. He's been busy with work, I think.
Oh, okay. You said, but you said like a message saying like he was done. He was done.
Oh, He's
Oh,
notorious
done, like,
for
playing
when he says
games.
he's gonna go AFK
Oh.
for 20 minutes, he's gone for 2+ hours.
Yeah. Oh,
He's
okay, just the session.
Notorious for that shit.
The way you said it, I interpreted as, oh no, did he like quit WoW or something weird? But no, it's just he was like quitting the session. That's good.
Yeah, he never. He's the most unreliable guy in the world when it comes
I
to
don't know.
saying he's gonna come back to the game after a break. So
I try to be good about that, but I'm sure I'm bad too.
no one compares to him.
Yeah. No, I
So
remember.
that's why
remember.
I gave it some time, but I didn't want to wait too long before just moving on because it was pretty clear he wasn't coming back. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna need a lot of tier 2 wood to get the next ship going.
Yeah,
and it's a lot of hauling.
Yeah.
So while I'm trying to like sell stuff and get the other ingredients together and all that, not only to build a ship for you, but also just to like upgrade shit.
Did you notice that the trees are close to the shore? Because if they're close to the shore, it's
No, they're a little ways. They're inland. They're not on the shore. You're only going to find like tier 1 palm trees on the shore.
Okay.
It's like I said, follow from that northern. Wait, you're not on the right island if you were intending to be.
No,
on the right
I got that chest I mentioned. I'm not done with this island, and I'm going to shut down this fast travel so we have more.
That's fine. Just making sure you're not on the wrong place.
I just don't want to go back here ever again. Or well, if we need something from here, but I don't think so. Oh, I didn't pick up the. Oh yes, I did. Yeah, so I got my fast travel back, which is good. But I'll probably need it. I've got a quest north for something, like right near here. Oh no, they probably just want me to kill a ship. Oh yeah, it's just the last pirate ship, which I'll get naturally. So, okay, jumping out to go grab some. Will my copper axe cut the wood?
No, it has to be iron, but you have iron. I gave you one.
Oh, they are iron. I'm sorry. I thought they were copper. My bad. Okay, I'm gonna come dump and then I'll do some wood.
Unfortunately, it's just a bit of travel to get there.
Yeah, I cut 5 iron. I think it was like 700 tier 1 wood. So hopefully that keeps the wolf from that door for a while. I don't like that you have to be on the steering wheel to teleport. It's kind of annoying. I wish you could just jump on the ship and then teleport. And then you have to
Summon your dinghy.
Yeah, I do, but I mean, like, you know, I think forcing me to run all the way to the steering wheel is kind of slow, and the dinghy pops out in the water where you have to swim. It's the same exact 10-second time sync. There we go. It was amazing to play with Eximos today, Begon. Thank you for making that possible for me.
Sure, hop it on. I don't know. It's going to be a
blast from the past, you know?
Well, if you're going to actually commit, you do need to do a lot of farming.
I'm not.
I suggested getting on Windrose because I'm on, but since you're on all day, what you should be doing is just hit your delves. I'm not saying you need to go like grind your way up in Mythics so that you're on our level, but you need to hit the delves, get your champ, and get your hero gear from the delves. And that's a consistent thing you should always be doing, is always, however many keys you get, like 6 per week, hit that many delves.
I don't think I want to become a dungeoneer, honestly. I'm sorry, I did do it up until like 2015, but I've kind of left that life.
Yeah, but your gear is weak as shit right now, and that's the way you get your gear up.
Yeah, but what do I need the gear for if we're not going to
So you can do mythics.
Oh, well, yeah, but I don't want to be.
Your gear's not good enough for mythics right now. Like, you're getting
No,
hard carried because
I
your gear
am.
was so bad.
Yeah, I know. I was saying, but like, so I enjoyed healing today, but I don't think I want to get into mythics. I don't think, honestly.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
okay. So
I
you
hate to
just,
say it, buddy, but I left the Dungeoneer's life like 11
that's
years
fine.
ago, and I don't want to go
If you don't want to
back.
get into it, that's fine. Don't get into it. I'm just saying, if you were going to get into it, that's what you got to do. Is you gotta get your basic gear up.
Yeah. I came to heal today. I didn't want to play Windwalker, and that's the sort of dungeoneering stuff I'm talking about. I came for like healing gameplay and just have fun today. And it was this like Sigma grind set of like switching classes and pushing as hard as we could with my bad gear. And I don't like that kind of pressure anymore, Begon. I don't respond well to it. Yeah. But I like healing, so I will play. I subbed, you know, but I don't know if I could do dungeons like all week. It stresses me out very badly. And I can't commit either. I'm maining Eve. I've got a very active corp, and I'm going back to Ace Clan on the 3rd of next month, and that'll be 4 or 5 days I'm gone. There's other games coming this year. Commitment is something I just don't do anymore. Like, this friendship is a good commitment for me, but almost anything else isn't. Like, these quests annoy the hell out of me because it's like a commitment, you know? It sucks. It takes me away
These
from...
quests are annoying because we're not.
I'm
synced
enjoying
up,
them,
so
actually.
you're having to like run all the quests separately, and you're
yes.
taking quite a while to. Oh, I don't know how long or how far along you are.
I have all the islands cleared, I think. At least the ones that I have been to. Yes, I'm done with all of the... No, there's one more. I'm sorry. The one that has the Bitter Pill. There's like a quest called the Bitter Pill in the middle of a southeastern island. And I haven't done that one. You have a fast travel there. So I do have one more island to do, but of the islands that I have on my map, I've only got one left. Hopefully. I do have Fog of War, so if there's islands it looks like you've set a lot more fast travel points, and it looks to me like maybe I've got another 2 or 3 days of soloing. Because I don't move fast. I play 3 games, I watch videos, and I do my job 14 hours a day, so I don't really move fast for questing and stuff like that.
Well, once I get some higher tier weapons, you'll be able to cruise a bit faster.
Yeah.
And as I said earlier, we're getting very close to that.
Yeah. I'm enjoying the combat quite a lot. I actually really like the combat. Am I going out? Oh no, I have to dump.
I'm at a point where I just want to get better gear. I'm tired of having the same shitty gear.
I'm tired of getting one shot. But I mean, I like that.
Won't be a problem.
Are we currently on hard difficulty? Because I like that. I want to be on hard. I just want to, I think we should turn the difficulty up, honestly, because there's probably a separate achievement. You know, if you do.
You don't get achievements for having difficulty up.
Oh, okay, never mind then. That's unusual. Most games do that. So.
Well, all it's gonna do is make you get one shot more, and then bullet sponge.
I actually
about bullet sponge so much.
Yeah, I wasn't advocating for harder fights. I was advocating for an achievement. You know what I'm saying? Most of the times in RPGs like this, they have like you know, easy, medium, and hard achievements that are separate. So you always start on hard, so you don't have to do 3 playthroughs. Was what I was after. But if there's no achievements, it doesn't matter. We can set it custom however you want. Which you did. Okay, tracker's gloves. I'm gonna probably just destroy those. I'm level 3? Yeah. What level are you now?
I think I'm 7.
Yeah.
So that shows the gap in how progressed we are, because experience is exclusively off quests and points of interest.
You are the strongest PvEer I have ever met in my lifetime, Begon, and I am the weakest one, probably. It's funny that that we have this friendship. It's interesting. Because I don't move fast at all. And my attention span is terrible.
Very fast. I stop and gather all the time.
Yeah, you do. And these boxes are full. I love it. Yeah.
It's frustrating because I'm so close to like upgrading everything, but there's always like this one thing I need to get before I'm ready to upgrade.
Yeah, it's gated gameplay. That's one of the reasons why I don't like questing that much, because they always put gates in your way to force you to do the quests. You know? But it's okay. You know, it's just a way to make a video game. It's not bad. I think it makes sense that we're playing this game because it has a storyline quest structure that I think would probably appeal more to you, I think, you know? I like no structure sandboxes. And this game isn't that. I like that. You know, it's a good mix of both. You know, kind of sandboxing and sort of theme park too. Okay, I'm on... Oh, no, I came to the wrong island. Yeah, I came to the wrong island. Going out to chop wood.
Alright, so I can buy a book for the missing slot on our ships.
Oh.
We've got 4 options here. So one is hitting an enemy applies a broken rhythm effect for 30 seconds, reducing reload speed by 20% and damage by 20%. So they fire slower, they hit less. Another one is while out of combat, restore 3% ship health every 3 seconds. So just stay out of combat, your ship gets full heal all the time.
I think you should get that one.
There's one that increases how much repair kits do by 30%. Oh no, sorry. Increases the duration, which would in turn mean increase the amount. Yeah. It doesn't make it heal faster, it just makes it heal more over more time.
Same sort of like 30%.
Repair kits by 30 and grog by 200%. I don't know what grog actually does though.
Oh.
And then
grog
the last
is hard.
one is whenever you destroy an enemy ship within 50 meters, you get 30% ship health back over 10 seconds.
That might be the best one. I don't know.
That would be that's a combat buff. A direct combat buff.
I want the passive.
Only against groups when you're actually winning.
Yeah, I want passive regen.
Well, the thing is, if you're thinking boss ships, like an actual boss fight ship, that's where the silence the guns, the one that like slows them down. Yeah. That one would be useful against boss ships.
It would be nice to slow them down because they move too fast. Yeah.
The passive regen over time doesn't help you in combat. All that does is make you able to be lazy and not carry repair kits.
I noticed that when I was fighting ships, you can kind of like plow into them, and then you can just get up on the side, cut your speed, and just start dumping cannons point blank right into the side.
Oh, they tend to just fly off whenever I try to do that stuff to them.
No, they just sit there, and it makes it... I stopped 2 ships in like 90 seconds. I had boarded them. And I was like, oh, so that's what you're... And I think they maybe want you to do that. They want you to come up right up against them, match the speed, and then you or your teammate is supposed to just dump cannons like 3 feet into the ship right next to them, I think. But I don't know. I've only seen it twice, so maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, it turns out the book is actually an item you buy. It's not a recipe. So...
Oh, okay.
We have to buy those individually, apparently, which kind of sucks.
That's expensive. What's it cost?
They're 500 of the silvers. So, they're not cheap.
What? Sorry. I didn't mean to scream. It's fucking musketeer from off screen like Diablo just wasted me full health. And I don't mind that, actually. It's okay. But I was just surprised by it because I had no idea he was even there at all.
Hey, do you have any pikeman pieces?
There's clay right outside.
Pikeman. Gloves. I need helm and I need boots.
I got flibustiers, conquistadors, and flibustier. Not what you need. I have a tracker's gloves set. And they're going in the box if you want them.
I'm trying to switch over to pikeman.
And pikeman is what you wanted. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Oh, fuck, we need that hardwood really bad.
That's what you said. That's what you said.
Hardwood is used to upgrade our gear, so we're actually like capped on how high we can upgrade our gear until we get more hardwood.
I'm going there, buddy. I'm going right now.
Yeah, I just didn't realize how desperate it was that we needed to get hardwood.
As soon as I got up the beach, there was a musketeer. It was annoying. Oh, I meant to ask you, so you said the farthest northern one, right? Farthest northern?
Of the two on that island.
Of the two, I'm sorry. So I went to the wrong one thinking that you said to walk in from the inland one, so that's another part of why I died. But I'll go recover and get to the right one. You can see my memory is worthless. I got, like, even past, like, 2 minutes, I just don't remember what the person said. Ooh, what's that? It's cact. Oh, it's a bush. Oh, it's just plant flabber.
Mark the target.
I can't believe that. He did it again. Just great.
Remarkable times we
I really don't like one-shots. They make me so fucking unreasonably angry. Oh, I'm out of food. Damn it. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but in the smaller storage basket, I made a whole box of bullets. We don't have gunpowder, but there's crappy stone bullets. Like a big amount of them. This game has grown on me.
Ship's under your hand, Captain.
We need so much wood that I'm actually gonna go to that island too on the other end.
Yeah.
You went to the south one though.
I did, because I've got to recover the original corpse that I've been trying to get, but I died instantly to the same one-shot musketeer again. So
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go to the north one.
Yeah,
You go to the south one. If you go northwest, you should be able to find some similar trees.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I naturally went this way. Yeah. I see palm trees where I'm at. Ficus. That was cool. That musketeer doesn't have a monument. He's just like standing out here, which is cool.
Well, there's some camps that are on this island, and they kind of patrol around.
Yeah, maybe I just didn't see his camp. Is what it is. I can't get up his hill without getting one shot. Oh, please, no.
We are close to quitting time, though, just to make sure you're aware.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I want to get some more wood, because it's totally stopped up the crafting for everything right now.
I sure did enjoy healing you today, though, I gotta say. That was so fun. Like, jumping into fucking Mythics with just heroic gear. That's the most fun I've had in a while. The pressure and all that. I don't know if I can do it every day, but it's fun as hell. When you are not on Wimrose, I will run Delves, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to follow you to eye level cap, but I want to be there to heal if you need a healer.
I'm not saying you need to, like, go hard on it. Like, my druid is item level 274, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Like, I've got not the best gear I can have at this point, but my druid has fairly good gear.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting you to get there, but if you got to like 250, that's
yeah, I can get to 250.
250 is easy as shit if you
Yeah.
just do some delves.
Yeah, I will, yeah.
My evoker's over 250, and I just did delves for 2 days.
Yeah.
So I'm not. It's just where your gear is right now. We really can't do much of anything with you because, well, you saw how that tier 6 academy went.
Yeah, and he's the real killer is the splash damage from whatever the boss call is. It just,
but you
it's
need
more than
you need health, you need healing for that. If you don't
Yeah.
have either one, you're not going to be able to survive that stuff, and you can't keep up.
Did I heal okay? Do you think did I even hold up
I don't know.
to mythic healers? Do you think? Or
Well,
was
your problem was you died all the time, and go watch or read the wrong way to use healing magic. It's an anime and a manga. You know, the whole thing he's taught is you can't heal if you're dead.
Yeah. Oh, the goat! I didn't see him. He was off screen.
Goats, usually you just backpedal and then do 2 power attacks and then backpedal.
I just didn't know there was another goat. Yeah.
They do have a nasty charge attack they do if they manage to ramp their stuff up, though.
I was almost to the trees, I think.
The goat leaders. Oh yeah, so there's alpha animals out here too. Alpha wolves and alpha goats. They have much more health, much more damage, and a different attack pattern too. They have a special attack. So just be aware of that when you run into alphas. The tier 2 island doesn't play around as much. That's one of the reasons why I stopped and made sure, like, I'm gonna go get better gear before I keep fucking around here, because it's a pain in the ass killing this stuff on tier 2 island if you have tier 1 equipment still.
Yeah. Oh. I have to recover.
Thankfully, the stuff is actually respawning out here. Like, when I got off WoW after our runs earlier, the iron mine had respawned. And so had the one that has the fertile soil, so I managed to double our farm plot size.
Right on.
So that's just one of those things where over time we'll get the resources no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, healing on an evoker was fairly simple for the level of content we were doing. I was definitely finding I was kind of getting choked up whenever there was a lot of group damage, though.
Yeah, my thing was is if splash damage is coming in from no real discernible source and all that, it ticks your health bar down to like 30 or something when you don't have the gear, and then but you still have to heal the tank. You still have to heal the mage, you know. So then you go choose to do, and then you choose to do your bar, and then I wasn't gonna lose John, but I might lose you or the nice hunter lady or whatever that guy's name was. What's his name? I can't remember.
I think it's David, but I don't really know.
Or not his real name. I meant, like, what does he go by, like, call sign-wise?
I think he goes by his name.
Oh, okay, Dave? Just call him Dave. That's cool.
Yeah, I've got this whole island. Well, no, actually, I've cleared half this island, but there's that one pirate base, and I fucked off out of that one because I was getting wrecked without good gear. It's the kind of thing where I could kill them if I really wanted to, but it was kind of a sign I have to go upgrade my gear before I go back to fighting.
Yeah, we need to get.
I don't want every little camp to be like this epic struggle where I have to go through stacks of potions and spend multiple attempts because I keep dying. I don't want it to be like that every camp.
It's like that for me. I die at every camp, so I've just started putting down fast travel right by it, and just because every single hit that I take, I lose my entire bar, or at least like 70 to 90.
Oh, and when you upgrade your armor, that's not going to be an issue. Remember, we need lots of leather, though, so keep the leather farming up.
Oh, no, wolves. Can't find better trees. Oh, I see it.
Look around, you'll find them.
I see it. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah. That's a big tree.
Yeah, they're really thick and stocky, usually.
Yeah, that's a bigger tree. Ooh, aloe leaf. I wonder what that's for. Maybe that greater heal potion.
It's a healing potion thing. We have plenty of aloe. I wouldn't freak out about that.
I just haven't seen it yet. Is what I'm at. That is a goat. Oh. Let's go. I noticed we're out of animal fat, which is annoying because I use a lot of it in the lanterns.
We had a whole bunch earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought we had 40. Oh, cool. Just I look to the right, and the wolf's on top of me, one shot. You know, before I can even understand that he's there.
Well, the alpha wolves will fuck you up because they have a special power attack where they like pin you down and they bleed you.
Yeah, I didn't.
The cure for bleeding is to bandage, by the way.
I know. I'm aware. Yeah. I didn't know the first time I died to it, but I know now.
Oh, alpha wolves fuck you up. They're legit pretty hard. I hate running into them on this island.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna get this clay right here. I'm scared of retail WoW. This scares me the way heroin does. I'm scared to fall back into it, Begon. Oh, that's the real truth.
Well, I can say both times I've gone through a divorce, I was playing retail WoW, or I was playing WoW rather, when things kicked off. So I've got a little bit of nervousness about that one. Yeah. I've got someone in my life, but she's on the other side of the world right now, so I don't have those same concerns at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, I was right by you when I died. Nice. Oh, I guess I'll take your telly. Yeah.
I'm heading back because I have a full inventory.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Zombie as I spawned in. Like, right on top of me. Okay, nice. I hit him, I think, 26 times, and he hit me once. A level 2 zombie.
I need more coffee to function properly.
One shots drive me fucking crazy.
And you were just advocating for hard mode.
Yeah, but only for an achievement, so you don't have to do the game 3 times. Or more. I don't think they do that in modern games, but they used to do it a lot in Xbox 360 era.
Nowadays, if games want you to play it a second time, they do New Game Plus, or it'll be a starter game, of course. That's different.
Oh no, this is a tier 2 zombie maybe, huh? No, he's just a level 2
No, the
drown.
ones on the beaches are normal zombies. They're not upgraded or anything.
I spent a lot of time recovering corpses. It annoys me. And it's not like it's either like I completely kill them and take no damage, or they just one-shot me and I'm dead.
Like I said earlier, we're very close to getting things upgraded.
Yeah,
and
I noticed that.
It's going to make it easier.
Yeah, it's been getting better. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, I'm just talking about I'm just venting about one-shots. I'm not even talking about this game really. I'm talking about one-shots in general. They're starting to really get me. Modern gaming is halfway one-shots all the time. And that's just not, why would we work for all this armor and gear and put hours of our lives into this just to get hit one-shot? It's dumb.
Work the game, and they don't want it to ever be just too easy.
Yeah, if it was, you know what I would say? I say if it was easy, it would suck. And I do believe that. This soundtrack is a banger. Like, this guy's inspired. Oh, it's a monument. Where was that big tree I saw? Oh, that's you. I was like, what the hell?
Fucking hell, I thought you were some secret pirate.
Nope. This is Ficus. Oh, those are big...
I'm gonna raid this pirate camp real quick if you want to get it done for the exploration.
I do. I don't want to come back here solo at all.
Well, this pirate camp is on like a lumber camp, and I'm here for lumber, so it kind of makes sense to clear the pirate camp and get the lumber.
A wolf, but he may leash. I don't know. Yeah, he leashed. We're going. Nice.
Very nice.
I swung first, too.
No, you ran the fuck into him. You literally fed him.
I did, and no, you can dodge out of it if you swing first.
No, you literally ran into him.
I swung.
Like, hey,
I swung
kill
first. Me. No, I went in and to swing at him. And he swung first somehow. Even though I swung first.
Because he was trying to fight me. You literally fucking jumped in front of him as I was dodging back.
I did. I admit, I caught you, the blow.
You ran up and said, please kill me. Alright, camp's clear.
Nice. Recovered. Is it a... Oh, yeah, I see it. Here's a 180 glove. And port flagpoles. Of full. 180 gloves. One of the things I truly passionately love about Eve is you can't be one shot. It could be a really big ship, but like a dreadnought, it's gonna take a couple of shots still. On any small ship or whatever, Can't be one shot. It's just not part of the game. And when you know that it doesn't need to be part of the game, you still die fast. You die in 3-5 seconds, right? But it's not a one shot ever. And I get used to it.
Yeah, there's another pirate camp here I'm gonna go after if you want to join me.
I do, yeah, but I've got to figure out this... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I don't have to figure out the chest. I have to pick up the last piece of loot in this chest before I'm ready. Here we go. It was a pair of gloves. I think it's an upgrade. Yes, it's an upgrade. It gives me... That will help. Yay, a little bit more defense. Okay, yeah, I'm on my way. I have a body to recover on the way. Oh, there's a goat there. Wait, what was that? Oh, it's just a flower. Oops. Nice, dead. No, my problem is they always kill you first. They always swing faster, no matter what. And if you block and there's 2 mobs, you just die to the next hit. I just don't understand one-shots. I think the software developers are slowly killing the industry with it. It might be the settings, too.
Didn't realize there was another entrance they were going to come from. Oh, hey, pikeman boots. That's literally what I was trying to get.
Hey, you actually got something you wanted. Right on. How often does that happen? Right on.
Only sad thing is I have to lose my 2-piece privateers, which is 10% crit chance, but I'll survive.
What defense does the privateers stuff have on it?
They all in defense. It's what set bonuses they have that matters.
Okay, I need pants is the only thing I'm looking for. Is this place? Oh yeah, this place is done. Much better with 2 people.
I already cleared the whole thing without you, though.
Yeah.
You joined for the last 2 guards that I didn't even realize were in the camp.
Yeah, because I got cornered by wolves out here 5 times.
So if you look carefully, you'll see there's special nodes, like right here. This is a sulfur node.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, you want to look for these big rocky outcroppings. Some of the standing stones are also sulfur stones. If you go up to them, you'll see it's sulfur,
Yeah,
and not just rock.
I knew what it looks like. I just didn't think to look here. I assumed it was all in caves.
No, iron is exactly like this too. If you look at it's these big rocky outcroppings that have like the mining rocks on them.
Okay.
But if you look, you will see it.
Yeah.
I don't know why they have these damn nanny goats in the game. They're not worth using bullets to kill, but that's the only way to really get them unless if they bug out and get stuck somewhere.
Yeah.
Nanny goats are freaking fast. Yeah, like here's another one of those rocky outcroppings with sulfur this time. Still can't make ammo. Still kind of wish I knew how.
Because it breaks the game. So they gated it.
Doesn't break the game. Weapons have reload times.
Yeah, not
You can
enough.
also fire ammunition anytime.
These reloads are not very long.
You can farm gunpowder whenever you want by just going to pirate camps and killing pirates.
If you put points into ranged, it does break the game. I'll prove it. I'll show you. The only gate I'm caring to reach is gunpowder. I don't care about the gear or the quests or the levels. Just the gunpowder. Because it does break the game.
It's late. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to base and like do the banking stuff, but I'm gonna have to get off.
Yeah.
Because I'm already up past when I should have gone to bed.
This was a long day.
I wanted to get stuff done.
Yeah. Let's see. How many hours do I have on this game now? 27.6. So what's that? That's supposed to be like a quarter of the what they say this game is like 110 hours, I think. That's like what, 1/4, 1/5. But I don't know. I'm moving slow though. Okay, I'm all set to stop here. The reason they one-shot, and I watched a video about this, the reason they one-shot is because we're in multiplayer. They do probably, I would say, 200% damage probably is why. If it was 3 people, it would be, 250, 300%, 4 people. I wonder how many people can play at the same time. I think it's like 8 or 10, I think. 8 people in this game would be so crazy. Am I really out of potions? Yeah, I think I am. Do the stumps grow back? Do you know?
Stumps?
Yeah, tree stumps.
Not
Like-
stump. Well, maybe at the camp, because that's just part of the camp, but no, they're part of trees. The trees grow back.
Okay. Because I've been breaking the stumps, but I wondered maybe if that was counterproductive.
Stumps are more wood. You should always break them.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But I was like, if it grows back, you know. This is the same combat system, I think, from Outward. And Outward 2 is coming this year. And they'll have to compete with this, and I bet Outward 2 is going to be so fun. That guy can actually design. If Outward 2 wasn't such a walking sim, and you can turn the run speed up too, but it feels like cheating when you do. I would play it. But God, it's so much walking. I love Outward's like Kenshi, because if you die in it, the people that come and take you slave, they might drag you 4 hours away, and you know, it's not like you have like a bicycle to go home like 7 days. You just have to live wherever they took you, basically, because there's no fast travel or anything. I think that's actually so funny. So there's no death in the game. You just succumb to whatever kills you or whatever. You wake up a slave somewhere. That was such a good system. Oh, come on. I didn't realize he was drowned. Damn, I thought he was a normal mob. Urgh. What was that? Oh, there's a crab. I like these crabs so much more than Skyrim. All the mobs in this game look so cool. It's scary when they do the red flashy. The red flashy scares me. It's like, oh, he's gonna kill you now. Dodge or die. Oh no, he was armored. I thought he was drowning, but no, he's armored. I almost made it to the tree. Those same wolves, I think they got me 7 times now. So dumb. But developers got to have one-shots. Yeah, I am, yeah.
Alright, I can see what I'm able to upgrade for you.
All I need is a pair of pants if you have that.
Come over here.
Okay.
Alright, you're using a rapier, that's actually what you want to use? Or a cutlass?
It's a purple rapier, yeah.
Alright, drop it. I'll see if I can upgrade it.
I don't think you can drop in this game. I'm gonna put it in a chest.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, you can? Okay, I'll drop this if you think. Oh, good. It did drop. Well.
I just know that I'm able to upgrade stuff better than you are. Oh, yeah. This can definitely be upgraded. We are out of iron ingots, and we're almost out of hide, so I could only upgrade it one time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to drop it for you.
Thank you.
But, yeah, iron and hide. Pick it up.
I don't see it.
Literally in front of you.
There it is.
Alright, but if we're out of iron and hide, we can't really do any more upgrading, because those are, like, the 2 critical things for pretty much all upgrading in this game.
Yep, I will go and get, I will get wood and iron and all that. Eventually, I wonder if they have weapon enchants. That'd be cool. Oops.
I managed to get most of my armor and my weapon upgraded, so I'm actually like really combat capable now, which is nice.
Yeah, I didn't want to use the mats. I figured you should go first. Because you're facing higher level mobs and stuff than I am. Yeah.
At least I'm consistently facing higher level mobs more. But you're still able to fight it too. You're doing catch up stuff, whereas I'm exclusively doing plow forward stuff. Okay, got that done. Oh, I did find out how to get to Tortuga, by the way. It was never actually blocked off.
Aww.
The whole island does have a miasmic aura around it that prevents you from entering. But the backstory is Tortuga fell to zombies, but a bunch of the survivors basically like cut off the docks from the shore, and they built like a dock settlement. Oh. So the docks are actually the Tortuga hub.
Oh, I didn't know.
And besides some quests located there at the docks, the main thing that I found was useful is every faction has their vendor there. So if you have all the factions up and you just want to go buy some stuff, you can just go there instead of going to each little base.
Yeah, I think I saw that. But I didn't know what I was looking at, and I was like, I don't have any faction credits, so I just didn't think about it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do some courier shit really quick and then get off. I thought the camp workers were going to be NPCs, kind of like this doctor guy we have, but that's not actually how it works at all, I found out.
Yeah. I wonder where this developer comes from. They strike me as sort of, like a European. Because it reminds me of Gothic, old Piranha Bytes games, and those are usually European developers. Like,
oh, I forgot. If we have enough coinage, we can actually just buy rawhide now.
Oh, good.
We don't have much coinage, though.
Yeah.
We have very limited coinage, and I don't want to just spend it. All right, I'm ready to hop off. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, fired up. Hey,
Okay,
get back on. Sleep well. It was a good day, and you know, do you play tomorrow?
Of course, my kids aren't back yet,
Oh,
so
I didn't know. I don't know.
nothing else to do.
Right. Okay.
No, I mean I'll probably do some minor stuff at home, and I might hop on WoW and do some delves, but there's not much I'm going to be doing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'll heal you if you want.
Delves are a solo activity.
Oh, that's right. It's not party, is it? I thought you could bring people in. Oh.
Delves are scaled to how many people in the dungeon, and it's actually overall much harder and much longer, more tedious to have any other people in.
Oh, but you can multiplayer.
Scaling is by far best if you just run yourself with the NPC. You just tell her to be whatever spec is helpful to you. So since you can heal, you're best either you tanking and having her heal, or have her heal, or whatever. You want to tank and healer combo. So you can tank or you can heal. You got to pick, but that's usually the best way to go. I found on every class you can usually do level 11s right out the gate as a tank. Even if you don't have her leveled up, she can still get you through the content if she's healing you as a tank. So that's my recommendation. If you're gonna have to unlock level 11 delves, which is gonna be tedious, because remember you start at like delve level 3, and you have to run a delve to unlock the next level. So you have to do like 8 delves with basically no reward in order to unlock the end game delves.
That's okay, because if I can pause in the middle of it and do other stuff, I'm totally fine with that. It's timers that piss me off.
Okay, well, that's gonna be, if you're looking to improve yourself so you can do content better, that's gonna be your path is get delves unlocked.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be tedious. It's really gonna be tedious, but thankfully, once you do it once, it unlocks it for your whole account. So if you're ever making alt, you don't have to do that whole unlocking process again, because that's what really sucks, is having to unlock it all.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing it for the first time. You know, I think it'll be fun. I didn't touch delves, or I did. I did. I think 5 delves in Dragon or the War Within, but I didn't care about eye levels, so I just stopped. Okay, well, shall we stop this thing?
Yeah, I was just crafting some potions and stuff.
Take your time, buddy. I didn't know. I was just like, I thought you were waiting for me.
No, I was just reviewing my stuff, making sure I'm actually at the point of getting off. Yeah, I'm at the point. Oh shit, it's almost 11 now. But, no, that was good. We're finally breaking into tier 2 properly. I've got my ship. My ship's not all the way upgraded, so I need to... Basically, once I have my weapon, my armor, and my ship all upgraded so that tier 3 is where I'm at next, then I'm gonna like go hard and get all the explore points and then clear the islands and all that.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
And of course, that helps too, because now that I've found every single faction, when we get those items, like the jewels and pots and shit like that, I know where to sell them, so I can turn them into money and then turn the money into stuff so we can upgrade. Because all the tier 2 upgrades require materials from vendors. That was one of the things that was cock blocking us earlier. That maybe takes so long to get to this point.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye. Okay, I will go and do delves. I don't mind doing like a delve a day for a week or something. That's fun. How'd the call go? It went well. So... Oh, my cat's outside. Oh my god, I did this to her again. Okay. Sissy! Dinner time. Hey! How you doing, kitty? You alright? I love you. Yeah, you good kitty? You mad at me? No, you're not mad at me, are you? Don't stay mad at me, kitty. I love you. You're the one who went out there. Yeah? Well, let's get you some food, you cute kitty. Cute little kitty. Okay, kitty, you ready for dinner? Here you go. Sorry I left you outside. Good kitty. Okay, I've got to pee. So I'll go outside. Ah, don't hurt me. I want my phone. Too many schmeckles. Hey. Hello, beautiful cutie. Beautiful, beautiful cutie. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful kitty. Beautiful kitty. I love you, sissy. I'm sorry I left you out again. I think it's okay for you to be out there. I think you're a good kitty. Are you happy, kitty? Let's hope so. What is that sound? Oh, it's like a storm in Silverman, is it? I have 83. Oh. Oh, look. I think I got another item. Oh, look. Bracers. 246 bracers. That's good. Hey, you want to cuddle? No? Wait, did Blizz Move turn off? Oh no, I don't have it, huh? Maybe. Do you have Blizz Move? Ray Tools. I am looking for Blizz, not Blizz Move. Is it Blizz Move? Yeah, it's Blizz Move. Bartender, better Blizz frames. Q, decursive. Is decursive working? I don't think it is. Immersion, Leatrix Maps, Leatrix Plus. Rare Scanner, Sensei, TomTom, World Class. What about no Whim, huh? Whim is one that I really like. Maybe Mythic Dungeon Tools, Mythic Raid Tools, I guess. Oh, I'm not on Wimrose anymore. Oh, very good. Hey, you come see me? You sit on my lap? Hi. Hey, kitty. Oh, I love my kitty. You're very special, sissy. Oh, you got cold feet. Poor kitty. Yeah, time to be warm and soft and fuzzy and kind. No, huh? Cosmetic equipment, quartermaster, field accolades, field accolade pouch. This thing takes dark particles. Locust researcher, the reliquary. Oh, did I do this? Oh, I am here, yeah. So, hey, you came back. You want to sit on my lap? Okay, sit on my lap. Good kitty. Why did you leave if you just come back again, kitty? I'm in Mimitar. Oh, I thought I was working on a Mar. Well, that's good. So this was Imperial Armaments, and I'm 1.89 with a Mar, which is good. Okay, now we go back to locations to the Amar. We're gonna keep grinding until... Oh, my kitty. I love my kitty. She's such a good kitty. I love my kitty.
Autopilot engaged.
Such a good kitty. Command the fleet for the glory of Amar. Are you leaving me, kitty?
Stargate.
Oh,
Warp drive
don't
active.
leave me. Okay, the reliquary, the cosmetic equipment salvage.
Approaching Stargate.
Take the portals to Koresh. Oh no, the war within. Now I'm gonna have to hearth back. Can we leave? No, you can't leave, huh? Why would you make it like that? What the hell is that? It looks like a chest. I don't know, it's a boat? Oh yeah, it is a boat. What is it that you want me to do here? I don't know. You sent me here for no reason. Why? I want you to get rid of all of this stuff. All of it. You are tracking the wrong quest and you sent me somewhere I shouldn't go. Damn it.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Ah, I'm 229. Hi, pretty kitty. Oh, there was a delve in the city? Oh, I didn't know that.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, this lady followed me, and I forgot today.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Is this the entrance? The Dark Way, Tier 3. I don't want to be... That's sort of odd.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Restore for combining 100 coffee glucose with a bountiful copper within... Oh, cool. Okay.
Approaching Stargate.
Delira Sanguinar. Oh, I'm the wrong spec.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, I'm not hitting the right button. Oops. There we go.
Approaching Stargate.
$201.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Is it loot? It looks like loot. No.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, it's up? Okay. I don't know, this stealth music is sort of boring.
Council is voting on an ordinance this Tuesday night that would allow men, yes, I said men, to use women's and girls' restrooms, locker rooms, showers, sleeping areas, and other areas that are designated for females only.
Basically, transgender women. She's misgendering them and being transphobic.
I don't believe the citizens of Fayetteville would want males with past child predator convictions that claim they are female to have a legal right to enter private areas reserved for women and girls. I doubt that Fayetteville parents would stand for a law that would endanger their daughters or allow them to be traumatized by a man joining them in their private space. Parents, who do you want undressing next to your daughter at the public swimming pool's private changing area? I still believe that we are a society that puts women and children first. Will you speak up for protecting women and children? Call 575-8330 and tell the Fayetteville City Council members and Mayor Jordan to vote no on Ordinance 119.
Megyn Kelly's like, you just said every transgender woman is a child predator that molests children. Meanwhile, they're not. And second of all, and like the fact that Megyn Kelly is the voice of reason, and this is so beyond me. Meanwhile, you're harboring a child predator in your house. Michelle responds with as many neurons firing in her brain as a tater tot.
I think that protecting young girls and not allowing young men and men in general to go into a girl's locker room is just common sense.
This is different because you injected child molestation into it.
You weren't even just transphobic with it, you just called them all child molesters. Jim Boob, Jim Bob, the king of semantics interrupts.
I think you actually said pedophile in that, and actually a pedophile is an adult that preys on children. Joshua was actually 14 and just turned 15 when he did what he did, And I think the legal definition is 16 and up for being an adult preying on a child.
So he
was a child preying on a child.
I mean, he's right.
Exactly what did they do to protect their daughters? All they did from that point on, that we can tell as netizens, is they put locks. So they have this new house that they designed. And on one side you have the boys' room. It's a common room with all the boys. The lock is from the outside. So they lock them in there at night, I guess. Which is, I mean, you're going to get arrested for that because if there's a fire, they can't get out. Like, that's very dangerous. And then the girls' room, you actually have to walk through Jim, Bob, and Michelle's room to get to the girls' room.
Okay.
And if you want to know whose bright idea this interview was, look no further than Chad Gallagher. Chad Gallagher is a political consultant that focuses on crisis management and government relations. He was a large figure in Mike Huckabee's early political career. Earlier, I should say, that man is pretty old. He's also the current ambassador to Israel, and he's got like a very terrifying aura. He looks like President Snow from Hunger Games. I would not be personally surprised if he kind of acted like it too. But Chad Gallagher gets hired by the Duggars to help manage this full-blown PR crisis. The whole goal, according to Jill from her book, is, quote, Chad was the one who was setting up the Megyn Kelly interview to try and get it to where TLC would be cool with moving forward with the show. Obviously, Fox News was chosen because the Duggars viewers are super conservative. But the real reason is they decide that this is going to be the classic PR stunt response of redirect and deflect. The family's message is going to pivot from Josh's crimes to victimhood. So the Duggar parents are arguing that the release of the sealed juvenile records caused the victims to be further victimized. And all the sisters will say that is true. And I want to make it abundantly clear, I agree with it. But that being the only takeaway from this case is kind of absurd. As parents, to the victims as well. And if Jim, Bob, and Michelle really cared about the daughters that were victimized by Joshua, this is a very, very sick way of expressing that. Because right after Jim, Bob, and Michelle get off the counter stools, in walk 24-year-old Jill and 22-year-old Jessa. They're both married at this point. Jill is a mom, Jessa is expecting, and they're asked by Megyn Kelly, how old were you when Joshua inappropriately touched you? Jill says she was 12 and Jessa was 9 or 10. The whole energy of this interview, I mean, it's pretty clear, at least it feels from the audience perspective, that the girls do not want to do this interview, that there is some pressure element to this. I can't speak for Jessa, nor can I speak for Jill, but Jill has come out to say that she felt highly pressured into salvaging the family image. Her husband Derek states that Jill's participation in this interview is, quote, I wouldn't describe it as voluntary. It was more like being thrust into a suicide mission. You're gonna be harmed. But they wanted you to take the hit to ensure the show continues because it cannot fail. They would do anything to recoup their investment, even if it meant Jill was collateral damage. Jill says in her book that she's listening to Chad, the PR guy, and her dad talking about this Megyn Kelly interview. And the conversation goes something like this. No need for Josh to appear. No way. Maybe Michelle takes the lead. Could work. Who does the interview? It's gotta be a female. Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly was great. Jill is asked about this in an Amazon Prime documentary called Shiny Happy People, and in it she seems really traumatized by the interview, that she felt pressure and she felt like she was the only one that could fix it. She says, it was like, okay, we need you to fall in line here and do these interviews for the show. Go here, do this thing and that thing to kind of like rally the troops and get it back together. I didn't want to be there. I wanted to help my parents, and I felt like I was the only one who could do this, and I was the only one who could fill that role. The interview is not something that I'm proud of. If I hadn't felt obligated to do one, do it for the sake of the show, and two, for the sake of my parents, I wouldn't have done it. I didn't want to be there. I wanted to help my parents. Jessa has not really spoken out about whether or not she too felt pressure from her parents to do the interview, though I do think that the internet has come to their own conclusion just by the way that they respond to Megyn Kelly's questions. Jessa states in the interview that she thinks the public is blowing the whole thing out of proportion, and again, I'm not like... This is what she says, and I think this is why people think that she was also pressured. She says that people are calling Joshua a monster, a child molester, and she says...
That is so overboard and a lie, really. I mean, people get mad at me for saying that, but I'm like, I can say this, I was one of the victims, so I can speak out and I can say this and set the record straight here. Like in Josh's case, he was young boy in puberty and a little too curious about girls, and that got him into some trouble, and he made some bad choices, but really the extent of it was mild inappropriate touching on fully clothed victims. Most of it while girls were sleeping.
We didn't even know about it until he went and confessed it to my parents, and they shared it with us.
I think for us, our situation is so different than most girls in that he's very subtle in the way, like he knew in his mind my actions are wrong and I have bad intentions, but it was very sly, like the girls didn't catch on, you know? It was like, okay, if he catches a girl sleeping, you know, like a quick feel or whatever, and or like, you know, if you're just not really aware, you know, in the situations that happened when the girls were awake, it was like they weren't aware of what was happening. It was very subtle. And so I think that for us, it's like, okay, we realize this is serious, but at the same time, it wasn't like a horror story or like this terrible thing where we're like, oh my goodness, we're like,
That's one of the headline covers, House of Horrors.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That is not how you view it.
No, and I think my parents, they acted, I can see looking back as an adult, now they handle the situations very well.
Jill breaks down in the interview talking about all of this becoming public, and a lot of internet users agree on a few things. The police report, without better redactions, probably shouldn't have been made public. Even if In Touch got this police report, they should have further redacted it so that you could not decipher at all who any of the victims were. There were not enough redactions to safeguard the victims. It was pretty clear who everybody was. And then the internet agrees, though there is some debate about whether or not it should have been made public or not. That's up for debate. But they do agree with Jill, like there should have been better safeguards. However, netizens also notice from a trauma standpoint the fact that the girls are displaying more trauma about the information being made public while repeating very similar statements as their parents about the actual abuse. It seems like somewhat of an internet indication of how the parents told the girls to feel. Maybe not how they genuinely felt in that moment, is what the internet believes. It's all made worse by the fact that Josh is in the room while they're being interviewed by Megyn Kelly. Jill writes in her book, answering all of Megan's questions with Josh watching from a couch just out of shot was like having a bandage ripped off a deep and open wound. It was agony, so painful that I didn't really pause to ask why Josh was allowed to be there in the first place. What was worse was the fact that I had hoped it would calm things down. It didn't. She says, I had no boundaries, no sense of what I needed to do to protect myself. I was terrified and didn't want to do the interview at all, but I felt like it was the only way to prove my love and commitment to my parents. I thought I knew how much it would cost me. And the worst part is, they do this interview and then the Ashley Madison scandal breaks. And Josh, he does like this really shitty apology that we covered in part 1 and 2, and then he just like goes to rehab. Jill says in an interview later,
watching the way that my parents protected my brother, but then used me and some of my sisters, it was hard, and it's still hard to swallow. There's like one point where I call my dad out about it, and I just say, like, you treat me worse than you treat my brother, my pedophile brother.
In the interview, they state, or were encouraged to state,
I think by the time that all of that was done, the report was made and everything, it was very obvious to everyone, us and our family, friends, officials, that Josh was a completely changed person. He had not gone down that path for years. He was humble before God, before us, before the officials that were involved.
So In Touch breaks the news. This interview airs, and then the Ashley Madison leak happens, and then 2015 continues to be a pivotal year for the Duggar family because of Joshua.
So after 2015, this all came out. They are done with the show.
Oh, we're still not even done with 2015.
Oh, I thought you said 2015.
Yeah, because right after the Ashley Madison leak, a lawsuit drops. Joshua Duggar is being sued by an adult film actress for assault and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Okay, I have to give you some context. Danica Dillon is the adult film actress, but she was also doing a lot of dancing and paid appearances for local clubs. She says that in March of 2015, so earlier this year, Joshua Duggar came in and paid about $600 for a lap dance. And again, this is also shocking. It just adds more elements to the sadistic quality of Joshua Duggar, because his wife and kids are wearing $2 flip-flops, like they never buy anything new, they thrift. Anna Duggar will only cook him homemade meals to save money, and he's out here paying $600 for a lap dance. And then he offered her $1,500 for full intimacy at a local hotel. In an interview, she says,
he was very rough with me. In all honesty, though it was consensual, it more or less felt like I was being raped. He was tossing me around like a rag doll, forcing me to go into positions.
And she says that she has no clue who this guy was. Like, she just thought it was a patron of the club. She was terrified. She runs into him a month later at a second club, and he's like profusely apologizing.
He walked up to me and he goes, I am so sorry for the things that I did to you. I've been a fan of your movies. I've watched your scenes, that this is what you were into. I'm sorry if I ever mistreated you. And I believed him.
That night they end up being intimate again, and she says,
he actually
What?
was
You slept with your rapist?
a completely different person the second time. I mean, he was a little rough.
So the Duggars, they fight this lawsuit. They first state that Danica Dillon herself stated in the interviews that she never said no, and that technically it was consensual, that technically it was consensual contact for payment. That was her description of it. And then they later state, well, Joshua Duggar was never even in the area that Danica Dillon said that he was. Eventually, Danica Dillon drops the case with prejudice, which means that this is something that she tried to fight, but it means that she can never refile a lawsuit against Joshua Duggars for these crimes, alleged crimes, which has a lot of people at the time believing that Danica Dillon lied. Because, oh, the Duggars are getting press, oh, so much is happening with Josh Duggar. She's probably lying because she's an adult film actress. There is no public merit decision saying that Danica Dillon lied. She could have felt overpowered by the Duggars and their millions of dollars that they have ready to fight this case. She could have felt like her career, her profession, everything that she's ever done would be thrown in her face and she'd be dragged through the mud like a lot of victims had this actually gone to trial. She could have received hush money payout that is not on record. Many netizens are commenting, I think her story is accurate. But I believe that maybe she got some details wrong and the lawyers punched holes in her story and they convinced her to drop it. I think it's not unexpected or unreasonable that she couldn't remember every single thing. So like, maybe it wasn't the exact date she said, maybe it wasn't the exact club. That's what netizens are saying. People believe that Jim, Bob, and Michelle would do anything to get rid of Joshua's quote-unquote problems. But like, what do you expect from the Duggar parents? Jim, Bob, and Michelle. In a blog article, Michelle Duggar teaches her audience. She's giving advice to anybody watching if you're going to be a newlywed. She writes, number 1, this is my advice to all newlyweds. Be joyfully available. Whenever I speak with groups of other moms and married women, I always share this advice. It's been the best advice that I was ever given in regard to my relationship with my husband, Jim Bob. She says that one day her friend was telling her about it. You've got to remember this. Anyone can iron Jim Bob's shirt. Anyone can make his lunch for him. He can get his lunch somewhere else. But you are the only one who can meet that special need that he has in his life for intimacy. You're it. You're the only one. So don't forget that. He needs you. So when you're exhausted by the end of the day, maybe from dealing with the little ones, and you fall into the bed so exhausted at night, don't forget about him, because you and he are the only ones who can have that time together. No one else in the world can meet that need. So be available, and not just available, but be joyfully available for him. Smile and be willing to say, yes, sweetie, I'm here for you no matter what, even though you may be exhausted and big pregnant and you may not feel like he feels. I'm still here for you, and I'm going to meet that need because I know it's a need for you.
Wow.
She says that she will be sharing this information with her daughters who get married. But the crazier part is that this is written after the Ashley Madison scandal, and there are insider sources who know the family that said that Anna Duggar was pissed because she thought that Michelle Duggar was saying it was her fault that she was not joyfully available, so Josh Duggar cheated on her. Which, Michelle Duggar, why are you even writing blog posts right now? This is not the time for this bullshit. The religious group that they belong to is the IBLP, which, more on this later, but it's led by a man named Bill Gothard. He thinks Cabbage Patch dolls are evil reincarnated. Cabbage Patch dolls, they look like little dolls, okay? They look cute. But he said that the creator is a warlock who bewitched every single one to carry the soul of the devil. So, like, you just know where that's gonna go. Bill Gothard goes on to create these wisdom booklets. This teaches the followers everything. They're all homeschooled. It teaches them what to wear, how to choose the right toothbrush, and detrimentally, what to do in the event of being sexually assaulted. In the wisdom booklet, they have this whole part on what to do, and it asks what part of your being did the offender damage, and which part of yourself did you damage with that bitterness and guilt. And it asks you to ask the question, why did God let it happen? And maybe because we're all fucking dim-witted, it gives you multiple choice answers. A, immodest dress. B, indecent exposure. 3, being out from protection of your parents. D, being with evil friends. And if you're not at fault, congratulations, this is a learning lesson for you. Quote, God compensated physical abuse with spiritual power. What is being mighty in spirit? Greater faith, spiritual discernment, genuine love, wisdom and understanding, creativity, energy and enthusiasm, joy, inner peace. It reads that a reason for your bitterness after essay is he damaged your body. Important step, dedicate your body to God. If you had to choose no physical abuse or being mighty in spirit, what would you choose? So he's saying after you've been assaulted, you're going to become mighty in spirit. Would you give up not being assayed? Or would you rather be mighty in spirit? Just to give you an idea of how deeply followers believed in this brain dead concept, and I'm not blaming the people that grew up in this concept because it's for the adults to realize, hey, I'm not going to teach my kid this. Another higher up in the IBLP leadership ladder, he runs a counseling camp. He says, you know, what you're hearing about Josh is a stupid thing that a little boy did. In the seminar, Bill Gothard calls it natural curiosity. Had it been as traumatic as they make it out to be, the sisters would have been bitter. And the sisters are not bitter. In another wisdom booklet, there's a little Q&A portion that reads, what if a wife is a victim of her husband's hostility? Basically, what if you're a domestic violence victim? The answer reads, there is no victim if we understand that we are called to suffer for righteousness, because Christ also suffered for us, leaving us an example that you should follow his steps. Christ was not a victim. He willingly gave his life for us. Christ's life teaches us how to suffer. Question, if my husband violates God's moral laws against our children, shouldn't I at least separate from him in order to protect our children? A father's authority in the home is derived from and governed by the laws of God. If he violates these laws, God uses higher powers to discipline him. More on these wisdom booklets later, but it's very clear Jim Bob and Michelle, along with their son Joshua, are not at all the wholesome family that they keep trying to shove down our throats on TLC. And that is why, in 2015, TLC cancels the show. And it all starts because there is sin in the camp.
Wait, when was she arrested?
2021. There is only one rule in this story. Survive. In the new Netflix film, Apex, Charlize Theron is Sasha, a woman testing her limits in the Australian wilderness, but what starts as a test of endurance turns into a deadly game with a ruthless and lethal predator played by Taron Egerton, whose familiarity with the landscape gives him a chilling advantage. For Sasha, every decision is a matter of survival, but her resilience and intelligence make her a force to be reckoned with. Apex, only on Netflix, April 24th.
Oh, that's it?
If you've been following for a while, you know that we had a limited time launch with Shopify for Grandpa Mingo's art studio. We sold prints and original pieces painted by hand by my husband's grandfather, whom we lovingly call Grandpa Mingo. But starting our small business was something that we could not have done without Shopify. Most of us are not tech people. Maybe you just aren't either and you just want to share your art like Grandpa Mingo. And please do. I see so many DMs from you guys with the cutest little handmade bag charms or artwork. And that's the amazing thing about Shopify. You can still be a small art business without having to be an expert in software and technology. Shopify is the best one-stop. 2021, Homeland Security investigators walk into a car dealership and they have a federal search warrant for all of Joshua Duggar's devices. The first thing Joshua Duggar does is reach for his phone to call his attorney, but before he can, the agent sees it because the phone is now evidence. Then it comes the big question. Before the agents tell Joshua Duggar what they're even investigating, he opens his mouth and he asks, "What is this about? Has somebody been downloading child pornography?"
What?
It's the kind of question that answers itself, but it doesn't even matter because based off of all of his devices, the evidence is already there. It is uncovered that Joshua Duggar used a computer bypassing Covenant's Eyes, the software he and his wife have to make sure that he doesn't watch legal, explicit videos featuring adults. He bypasses that application, goes on to the dark web to download hundreds of CSAM images. Law enforcement, they track the images to a used car dealership that he works at, and on his computer, there's that evidence that he downloaded and watched these files. Multiple videos of full-on assault, at least 65 photographs of CSAM where one depicts a child being locked in a dog kennel. The victims are between 18 months to 12 years old. He is charged with 1 count of receiving CSAM and 1 count of possessing CSAM. Just a few days before his arrest, Joshua and Anna Duggar announced that they were expecting their 7th child. And he has now been arrested for downloading and possessing images of toddlers, children being abused while celebrating the fact that he's going to be adding another child into his family. The judge even later tells Josh, the ages of the children depicted in the downloaded materials are very close to the ages of your children. There's a lot of reasons that Joshua is nicknamed Pest on Reddit forums. One of them being he just won't go down without squirming and fighting and trying to take everyone down with him too.
How did they even find this? Is this all come from the 2015 stuff? They just keep on looking into him, or someone tipped him off, or?
No, so a lot of how CSAM is caught is they have this huge database where every CSAM picture, screenshot, thumbnail, video is logged with a specific metadata code. And that code is then shared with all the local police stations and all of the internet service providers. And so if anybody's device downloads or sends out one of those codes, even if they're using a VPN or whatever they try to do, dark web, it usually flags. So then law enforcement will get a flag in a specific area. Then they'll go to the ISPs, the internet service providers, and they'll bring a search warrant. They're like, we got a flag in this area, so we need all of the IP addresses so we can see whose it is. And then they usually come with an IP address, and that leads to a physical location. And then they go to that police station in that jurisdiction, and then they go and arrest. They work with the police station, but it's Homeland Security.
So this wasn't related to everything that happened?
No. No one was specifically looking into Joshua Duggar. So that actually is more terrifying because this is just an off chance he got caught.
Yeah.
This is not, oh, we've been building a case on him and this is the first time he's done something, so we're going to get him. It's just, this is just a coincidence.
Wow.
Yeah.
This guy.
The first problem is the evidentiary hearing. This is the day before the trial. There is a 3-hour hearing discussing whether or not Joshua's prior molestation of his sisters can be admissible during the trial. Bobby Holt, remember? Joshua was courting their daughter. She's the wife of Jim Holt, also weird politician. She testified about finding out about the molestation. Jim Bob is also called into court, and His relationship with memory seems to be highly strategic. He largely states that he doesn't remember much.
Jim Bob?
Yeah. The dad is like, I don't remember. It was just years and years ago, a long time ago. He's almost diminishing the severity of it. The court even states, the court found Mr. Duggar's selective lapse in memory to be not credible. He was obviously reluctant to testify against his son. It must run in the family, because when Joshua was interviewed before his arrest, the way he responds to questions is eerily calm. He's just asking.
I mean, I have quite a few questions about it, but I don't know, how much you can divulge. But I'm curious. You're saying there's images being uploaded or images being downloaded?
The IP address from this had a lot of CCM associated to it in a peer-to-peer software program. He's like, well, I do have a peer-to-peer software program. So peer-to-peer means that you can transmit files without going through a third party. It would be like unencrypted or something like that. I don't know. I don't use peer-to-peer software programs like that, okay? Not that every time you use a peer-to-peer software program, you're doing something illegal. A lot of people do it because they just don't want to be surveilled. And a lot of people might need to do it because certain areas, the surveillance is, you get it. But Josh is like, oh yeah, I have that. And he just admits it very casually. Like, doesn't everyone? He's also like, I use Tor, which is how people access the dark web, if you will. And he's like
a Tor browser or a Tor, we upload stuff for our cars and things like that.
So he's like, I use the dark web for our car dealership. And then the agents are like, are you talking about torrent or Tor? Because those are very different things. And he's like, I don't know. I don't know anything.
I guess what is the scope is what I've been trying to say. Like, is there something going on my devices where that's been something's accessed or something's downloaded or uploaded or something like that?
The officers are like, well, that's what led us here. He later says so casually,
I don't want to say that I'm guilty or not. I'm just not saying, on accessing inappropriate content at some point, at any point in my life.
Which is crazy. I mean, I will say that I will Google some crazy things for cases, but I can definitively say to a cop, I have never accessed anything inappropriate in my lifetime. But he's like, I can't say, for sure. I don't want to definitively, I don't want to put that in, you know what I mean? It's like, what do you mean? I think most people can definitively say that. Regardless, Joshua's history of molesting his sisters is allowed to be admitted into trial. But the pest does not give up. During the trial, he tries to point the finger. His attorneys basically do the whole, this is a classic whodunit, whodunit and downloaded the CSAM. Am I right? They even bring in people from Covenant's Eyes to testify how the operating system only works on Windows, but Joshua went and got Linux, I don't know, to bypass any and all detection that the software could have.
A child molester.
The password used was allegedly the same password Josh used for the family's Instagram account. So the same password that he used to hide the CSAM is the same Instagram family account password. And then Josh and his attorneys try to suggest that a former employee who happened to be a sex offender probably did this, but they don't call him to the stand because the judge is like, well, what are you going to ask him when you call him to the stand? You can't just point your finger at somebody and say, well, maybe it's them. Well, you're not allowed to bring up his previous connection if that's what you're trying to do. You're not allowed to bring up the fact that he was a previous sex offender. And they're like, then don't bring him in. Which, the court, quote, surmises the only reason for calling him was to reveal his sex offense conviction to the jury. The defense also starts arguing that Joshua should be acquitted because there's no proof that he actually viewed the material. Quote, Mr. Duggar argues that the court should enter a judgment of acquittal as to both counts of conviction because the jury was not presented evidence sufficient to show he actually viewed any CSAM. Basically saying that they need to show proof that he viewed it to establish needed convictions. And their last throw it at the wall and see if it sticks is the most nonsensical. Joshua Duggar is an Apple guy. There's no CSAM on any of his Apple devices because it's not his. During the trial, it stated multiple times the files that he was downloading were, quote, torture and depicted victims in visible pain and screaming. One of the downloads was connected to Daisy's destruction, and the special agent that worked on this case testified that it was in, quote, top 5 of the worst that I've had to examine. The defense...
Was there any conversation or investigation or anything about his kids?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
The defense tried to argue that these statements should be excluded. They want to exclude any opinion by law enforcement officers that certain CSAM images are considered worse than others. I guess they're trying to say worse is subjective. But the prosecutors, they bring in proof. Every time Josh would text his wife that he was going to be late from work or that he was being held up somewhere, soon after, his computer would download videos of children. Additionally, through cell tracking towers, the prosecutors were able to prove that 1, these videos were downloaded in the car lot outside of Joshua's workplace, and 2, Joshua was the only one there at the time that he's downloading these files, and 3, he's texting his wife that he's gonna be home late. Nobody else is there, not another employee, nobody. It's also revealed during the trial that Joshua would frequent Reddit snark pages, so a lot of people started calling him names for that reason.
How did they find out about that?
I think it was going through like the Covenant Eyes. They were testifying of his internet browser history.
Oh, wow.
He's obviously found guilty, but during sentencing, Michelle, of course, writes a letter to the judge asking leniency for our son, our firstborn son. In short, it has everything that you expect it to have. She states that she wants to share information about Josh's character that may not be fully known to the court, which I think the court knows enough about Josh's character. But nevertheless, Josh has a tender heart and he's compassionate with others. If someone is having a difficult time, he is the first one to encourage or try to help them in a tangible way. Yet nobody's trying to lock him up for being a negative Nancy, okay? He's a child predator. She's like, he's always positive. He's got a positive attitude. She says that Josh deserves leniency because he's been giving money to a widow friend of theirs for several years now, and he's also great at work. Side note, he was downloading CSAM in the parking lot of his workplace. She continues, he has set a good example of applying himself eagerly to his work and in many other responsibilities he carries as a husband and father. We ask that he would be reunited with his wife and family in a timely manner. Thank you, Your Honor, for taking these thoughts into consideration. Anna Duggar has a brother-in-law, so her sister married this guy, and he is very big in the fundamentalist world. His name is David Waller, and he is a senior pastor at the Fair Park Baptist Church. He writes a whole letter, and that whole letter just goes on and on about how good of a person Josh Duggar is. And why? Quote, it was Josh Duggar who offered to help me finish a large deck project for our in-laws, giving his time and money during Christmas week to complete a large deck with a handicap accessible ramp. It was his generosity and personal initiative that designed the cable railing system for the deck to keep everyone safe and allow wheelchair access to the Kellers family's double wide trailer home. He goes on to create like a laundry list of all the things Josh has helped with, including decorating this pastor's laundry room. I didn't know interior design is like a sign of virtue. Then he continues that he once went on a road trip with Josh and his family, and one of Josh's kids were misbehaving. Quote, I listened as Josh Duggar stopped the vehicle, took his little one aside privately and lovingly, and patiently talked with his child. I was in awe at the tone and love that he showed. On a number of occasions, I've been in Josh Duggar's home for an overnight visit. I've observed him gather his children and read to them from the Holy Scriptures, the Bible, then pray, and then have a beautiful time singing songs about Jesus while playing the piano. This is why I despise character witness statements. When it comes to crimes against children, you feel safe around him? Great. He's also nice to elderly people? Great. He loves cats? Because that's not the demographic he's abusing. His victims are children, not you, a full-grown adult, and how helpful he is with the porch renovation will never offset the crimes that he committed against children. I just don't understand. The prosecutors have responded really critically of the character letters, stating that none of them, 0 of them, address Josh's actual crimes or the victims. May 25th, 2022, Joshua Duggar is sentenced to 151 months, 12 and a half years in federal prison, followed by 20 years of supervised release with the condition that he is not permitted to have unsupervised contact with minors, including his own children. He cannot have a computer, and he definitely cannot have any explicit material on his computer of any kind, even the legal ones. The judge even states, this is some sick stuff. After the conviction, Jim Bob and Michelle state to, I don't know who. Okay. The entire ordeal has been very grievous. Today, God's grace through the love and prayers of so many has sustained us. Our hearts and prayers are with anyone who has ever been harmed through CSAM. In the days ahead, we will do all we can to surround our daughter-in-law, Anna, and her children with love and support. As parents, we will never stop praying for Joshua and loving him. As we do with all our children in each of life's circumstances, we place our trust in God. Thank you for your prayers. Who are you saying that to? It's blasphemous, okay? A federal agent also says, possessing and viewing CSAM is not a victimless crime. Every time it's downloaded or shared, it perpetuates the trauma and re-victimizes the child. They're all acting like this is some victimless crime. In fact, they're acting like Joshua is the victim of the crime. And all while this is happening, Jim Bob randomly decides to run for the Arkansas State Senate. He announces his run a few weeks before Josh's trial kickstarts, and he says, now more than ever, we need a bold voice that is pro-family, pro-business, pro-gun, and pro-life. It's time for conservatives to demand courageous leadership that puts Arkansas families, jobs, and our constitutional liberties first.
What in the world is happening?
Yeah, he also does his favorite thing that a lot of right-wing politicians and influencers do when they're caught up in actual federal crimes. Cancel culture and the radical left want to keep us from being involved in politics. No, we want that because your son is committing crimes against children. How's that pro-family or pro-life? He says, I will not allow the liberal left, social media, or fake news to define me and my family. The liberals scream, it's my body, when they want to end the life of an unborn child, but would gladly force mandatory vaccines upon everyone without hesitation.
So you think he ran just to...
Nobody knows. Some people think he ran to take the news off of Joshua Duggar. That this is even more shocking that he's running, that it'll diminish the shockability of the trial. Other people think that he just doesn't care about any of his kids.
I see.
Yeah, I think that he should go stuff his face with the tater tot casserole and stop being such a demonic presence in everybody's lives. But unsurprisingly, he loses. And the Duggar story continues. About 5 weeks before the guilty verdict, Anna Duggar gives birth to their 7th child, Madison, and everyone had hoped that the Duggars would not make the headlines anymore, but they do, with 2 more arrests, all involving children. Between 2021 to 2026, a lot is happening. Even between 2015 to 2026, even more has happened, and I just need to get everybody caught up. Several of the Duggar children have publicly distanced themselves from the church and their parents, the church being the teachings of IBLP, Bill Gothard. Bill Gothard, in my humble opinion, is certified insane, and I mean zero offense to it. I grew up in a religious house, so I grapple with some level of religious trauma, and I still think that religion is an insanely beautiful thing, and I cast no judgment on anybody who is religious, but Bill Gothard makes my brain melt. He, in my opinion, ran a cult. Perhaps my definition of a cult is different from anybody else, but just from my limited research, I think that he was running a cult. And apparently, Bill Gothard would do this thing where if there is a stain on the carpet, he wanted young women in the church to get on their hands and knees and clean the stains out of the carpets with a rag or a spoon. So someone who used to work at the main church, he thought the stains were the problem, right? So he goes ahead and he cleans the carpet with industrial cleaner to get out all the stains. And the young women, they would always be complaining because their backs were, aching from all the cleaning the carpet, which rightfully. And so they're so happy. To which, quote, Gothard visited the center and was livid to see no girls cleaning by hand. He ordered the center leadership staff to round some girls up to start cleaning. It was something that Gothard just wanted to see. He didn't care that I would come at night and industrially clean the carpet and get rid of all the stains. He wanted to see girls on their hands and knees scrubbing with rags and spoons. And I think that it was maybe a recruiting tactic. I imagine very specific types of people would walk in with their wives and their children and think, now this is a good God-fearing church. This is the type of example I want to set in my family. And the Duggar family were very, very close with Bill Gothard, and they followed his teachings quite literally to a T, such as Bill Gothard would state, when a young person listens to rock music, like a rock song, even a Christian rock song, they give Satan a little square in their soul. The soul is depicted like a chessboard, and you give up one of those squares to Satan. He's playing chess with his soul, and we're just trying to survive in this economy. He's also racist, in my opinion, okay? Jesus Christ, nobody is more cease and desist happy than a religious cult leader, but I feel he is racist.
BRB, I'm gonna get something
and that's why he hates rock music. His teachings read, to the delinquency of minors, the characteristic offbeat in today's rock music has been traced to the satanic rituals in the jungles of West Africa. It was this type of drumbeat which certain tribe members were specifically trained for in order to open the people to demonic control. So you can't listen to rock music, but you also can't be a whore. And Bill Gothard's definition of a whore is showing a shoulder. If any sort of assault or bad thing happens to a woman, it's because a woman was showing a shoulder and leading men astray.
But is being pedophile okay with him?
That is natural curiosity, my friend. Just kidding. I'll try to get another one. Okay, one leader of the IBLP teaching states, the problem is that men have a problem with their eyes. The solution is to avoid eye traps. The shorter the skirt, the more vicious the trap. So the solution, right? If you were to tell me that all men have a problem with their eyes, which is not what I'm saying at all, but if that were the case, then the most logical solution would be to blindfold all men or gouge out their eyes. That would make more sense in her logic, if that's the real problem. But instead, she says it's the women's fault. They have in the wisdom booklet, which is their teachings, pictures of women wearing various different outfits, and people are forced to ask, can you identify the eye traps in these pictures? What could you do to alter them? But maybe it's not what you're wearing. Maybe it's that little eye twitch thing you do. Like, the spasm of the muscle in the eye. But they consider that winking. And only whores wink. Yeah, you can't wink. It's a very whorish thing to do. And, quote, those who fall to her whoredom are stripped of resources and vibrancy of life. And what do whores get? Crabs. Crabs. Quote, the public lice, often called the crab, is only one of several parasites which can be transmitted through immorality. I mean, the logic is sound if you have the genetic makeup of a russet potato. They've also said some other controversial things, such as the abortions in America right now, there's currently a baby holocaust. Bill Gothard states, the one who has made porn popular in America has done more damage to America than 100 Hitlers. Ginger Duggar has since left IBLP and denounced Bill Gothard's teachings, and she says,
I was in the very back row of a 15-passenger van and somebody turned on Christian worship music. And I was like, this is the day we all die. And I was crying in the back seat of a car. Like, that's how shook up I was over it.
Jill says that whenever she wore pants, that was seen as a small act of independence, and quote, anyone who is making decisions for themselves that the parents don't give their blessing, that is seen as rebellious. One former member of the IBLP says, girls were taught that boys were almost unable to control their lust. It was our responsibility to help them control it by dressing modestly, and if we didn't, we just got what we had coming to us. One victim of IBLP says that when a man shows up in your life and decides he wants you, it's not up to you to say no. If you don't want him back, you have to come to terms with it because this is surely what God wants for you. Dangerously, the wisdom booklet teaches that in the event of unfaithfulness in the marriage, quote, allow for divorce and or remarriage is basically destroying someone's relationship with Christ and the church. An article on the IBLP's website reads, serve and appeal to your husband. And it gives these like short biblical references, but it reads, you must ask God for a plan on how you can serve your king in order to gain his heart and present your appeal. They talk about a woman named Esther from the book. It was from the place of service that Esther was able to make her appeal. As she served the king, she gained his attention. He was now ready to listen to her heart. And whoever is writing this article is a woman, and she writes, this area is a challenge for me. I tend to serve my children before my husband. To be honest, most of the time I'm so busy that my home becomes like a self-service gas station for everyone, which isn't good. Once again, ask the Lord what you can do to serve your husband as Esther did. Ladies, fast, pray, cry out to the Lord, surrender to him, and serve your husband. Now, the mind-boggling aspect of this is it's written under an article focusing on what to do if your husband is not sorry for having an affair. Or in IBLP speak, quote, what can I do if my husband is not repentant over moral failure? I mean, clearly this is not a safe space for women, with one former member saying, there was never, hey, what do you want? It was always, God wants this, and if you don't like it, you need to submit and be broken. People ask me why I stayed. I was isolated with no one to help me leave. I was brainwashed into believing God would hurt me if I didn't do everything I was told to do. And unfortunately, Bill Gothard has been accused of SA by like 30 women. And I could just do another multi-part series on Bill Gothard because...
Is he still...
He has stepped down from the IBLP church, but I don't know how much money he made off with. At one point, IBLP was like a $90 million institution. But with that said, I mean, some Duggars have remained religious, but just not following Bill Gothard.
Fucking cult
Others have
leaders.
spoken up. Some have been vocal. Others have found themselves in other scandals of their own. So I'm just going to run you through the major scandals. Jaina ends up getting charged with child endangerment. Nobody knew what was going on. There were all sorts of theories circulating because now Duggar and child endangerment, it seems synonymous with one kind of thing. And Jaina makes an online statement. I'm only sharing this because the media has been having a field day with it all. The raw facts. I was babysitting a few months ago when one of the children wandered outside alone. A passerby who saw the child called the police. This resulted in a written citation as well as a follow-up with child welfare, who concluded that it was an accident and the child was unharmed. They recognized it was a case of a child slipping out of the house when you turn your back for a moment. It all happened so quickly. It was so scary. I'm grateful for law enforcement and those who protect and serve our community. I was certainly never arrested like some may have implied. In the end, I was just upset at myself that this happened at all. But so thankful it all ended safely, and that's truly what mattered the most to me. Then you have Jill and Derek. They have been the most outspoken about the Duggar family and everything that they've been through. They've also had their fair share of critics online. They went through a missionary phase where a lot of people said that they just like kind of played white savior. So they would go into different countries and they recount stories of how they would treat their bathroom as the safe room. And there's this one incident where they hear this huge metal clinking. They rush Jill into the bathroom. Derek is ready to fight. Jill is messaging her family to pray. Turns out a shower rack fell down. But you know, it could have been one of the terrifying POCs out there. Basically.
What is happening?
Okay, this is maybe like the nuance of it is lost. Because I grew up in a church that would do missions, and a lot of it just turns into Americans going into countries, typically in South America, Central America, and then acting terrified for their godforsaken lives, even though they are the ones that wanted to go there in the first place. But they're acting so terrified, like, oh my God, how can I be here? My life is at risk. And then they're saving people at the same time. I don't know how they do that. How do you be so terrified of the country that you're going into and then save people at the same time who don't even need to be saved?
Okay. I see. Okay, that makes sense. I get it now.
Yeah, so like all these stories that they're sharing is really riling people up because it's like you were that dramatic over a shower rack that fell down. Yeah. Like, what were you expecting? POCs to break in and what? Like, what is the stigma that you have in your head? What are they gonna do? They also like do multiple episodes where they go on missionaries and they just talk about they're terrified for their lives, like they could die at any moment. And I'm like,
right?
Okay. Are you like, what's happening? Derek is also deeply, deeply transphobic. I don't know if that's present, past, but he was to a very high degree. He literally targeted a young 16-year-old girl, a transgender girl named Jazz Jennings, stating, "Transgender is a myth. Gender is not fluid. It's ordained by God." A lot of people had their flabbergasted by that tweet because technically you could argue that God is a myth. I'm not saying that's what I think. I'm just saying read the room a little before you start tweeting some weird nonsense. He also just like continues to bully and misgender Jazz Jennings for no apparent reason other than being a giant transphobic person. Also, I will say, as someone who grew up in the South in a very religious area, going to church all the time, I can to some degree have some level of understanding for people who grow up in these bigoted spaces that then believe these things because they are instilled with fear and all of these other tactics to manipulate children at a young age to believe these things until they become an adult. But I just don't think he was 28 bullying a 16-year-old girl. Like, this is not like he's 16 and talking to other kids his age. He was 28 years old bullying a 16-year-old girl. Mm-hmm. He also stated that Planned Parenthood was a hate group, and he celebrated a baker who refused to make a wedding cake for a gay couple.
These are all on Twitter?
Yeah.
Wow.
He hasn't necessarily apologized formally, but they've kind of like in subtle ways walked back a lot of their views. They've stated that they have a ton of friends now who are not Christian and are even part of the LGBTQ plus community.
Just because you disagree with someone that you can't be friends.
I hate that. I hate that so much. Why are you disagreeing about someone else's existence? Like, you shouldn't have a fucking opinion. Like, what does that mean? Like, I disagree that you're a real person? That you can't do that. It's just not rooted in logical... Anyway, they also start saying that, well, everyone's a sinner anyway.
Because ultimately we're all sinners.
So I don't know if you can really call that. Like, they're standing firm that being gay is kind of a sin, so there's a lot to unpack there. Yeah, and like I said, I think with a lot, maybe of the younger Duggars, it's easier to give not leeway, no excuses, but I think they're too damn old. Like, I don't, you could argue, well, I grew up in this type of situation where this was normalized. You're too damn old to be doing this.
Yeah.
Like, especially with the internet these days, get online, watch a video, go help yourself, get a therapist. You're so damn weird. Jessa, there is a situation on Instagram where she had posted where she went to the Holocaust Museum. Within 200 words, she's able to express that the Holocaust Museum was depressing and sobering, which everybody agrees with. But then she goes on to somehow state that racism is because of evolutionary theory, and she ignores the fact that the Holocaust was the result of a deeply Christian nation, but then turns it around to say that we need to be the voice for those who cannot speak up, hashtag pro-life. Then it's revealed. So because, and you know what, I think there's just so much with the Duggars. Like, there are some people who have a level of understanding for them because maybe they also grew up in very strict religious
Mormons.
environments where this was taught to you. And so you almost go down that route. But I think as an adult, there's really no excuse to self-educate. But also, when you are so vocal, you're gonna get thrown back at you. Like, if you're throwing shit at other people, you better expect it's gonna get thrown back at you. And this is why this becomes a whole topic. So it is uncovered that Jessa underwent a medical procedure, which is called a DNC. And if you want to be very technical in the medical sense, it is technically an abortion. Jessa and Michelle have made some really offensive comments comparing abortion to the Holocaust, calling it the baby Holocaust. And Jessa has responded online writing, "Women have DNCs for many reasons, not all of which involve killing a living human being. My baby's heart had stopped beating 3 weeks before I had a DNC. Each person is created in the image of God, Genesis 1:27, and to purposefully destroy a baby in the womb is an affront to the God who created that life. There's a world of a difference between someone dying and someone being killed. To equate one to the other
As
and
she
to a
goes
mother
to the
grieving the loss
abortion
of her
office.
baby no less is severely distasteful. There is a world of a difference between a mortician and a murderer. Even a child understands the difference between the two." So a lot of people started dragging her about the DNC. And I mean, I don't know. You could just argue like, oh, should we have come at a woman in her time of grief, of losing a fetus, or she kind of deserved it? I don't know. It's up to you. And then Ginger and her husband Jeremy have come out publicly against Bill Gothard, and they have joined a different denomination in Christianity that some also liken to a cult, with a lot of people believing that Ginger traded in one cult for another. Her husband has also gotten into a little bit of trouble. He is an ex-soccer player with a criminal history. He was drunk and he tried to assault a cop. He was not successful. So the officers were like, "You're drunk, get your shit together." And then he grabbed one of the cop's arms in a forceful manner. He was arrested. But he's now like a pastor, and he says very weird things like, there's a reality show about a family in California or something, and they've got all these kids and whatever. It's a show. But one of the little boys was 5 years old and decided he didn't want to be a boy anymore. But now he really wants to be a girl. And so the parents say, okay, well, if you're a girl, you're a girl. So they go along with it. Well, that is a sign that the child is ruling. The child is. The parents have no discipline over the child or no instruction of what's wrong and right. It's just whatever you feel, you do. And now you've got a child who's barely come to the cognitive understanding of the world the last couple of years, determining that how they were created is wrong. And they're going to redo that. How do you lead as a parent then? He says, quote, "Biblically mandated discipline has absolutely no physical consequence to the child, and it's to drive the foolishness from them. And it's called abuse in our day." He also goes on to like do a whole weird Instagram video about Kanye's new album, Jesus is King. He says he listened to the whole album and he saw messages from people saying like, oh, well, Jesus would never save Kanye because Kanye is still the same filthy sinner that he's always been, which he believes is wrong because Jesus forgives all. Jedediah, this one right here.
Uh-huh.
He runs for office in Arkansas State Representatives, 2020 standard platform. He's just like pro-life, pro-gun, pro-religion. In his Vote For Me video, he says,
"Hello, District 89. This is Jed Ducker, running to be your next state representative. I will fight for sound economic policies, push for more tax relief for all Arkansans, and advocate for conservative values. I'm a Christian, and I will stand up for religious liberties. I'm pro-life, and I will be an advocate for the unborn, and I will always defend our Second Amendment. With your prayer, support, and help, I look forward to serving you as a strong conservative voice in Little Rock."
They wipe the floor with him. He goes up against a Democrat, Megan Godfrey, and this is like Arkansas is usually the parts they're from are very conservative and mostly Republican. I mean, Megan Godfrey flipped her seat Democratic in I think it was like 20 years that a Republican held that seat. She flipped it for the first time in 20 years. Yeah.
How
And
so?
She's
just really good.
fucking competent. She's like a PhD. She has a master's degree. I think she was a teacher. She just knows what she's talking about. And you know what he does?
She's actually
to
a
this
leader.
accomplished woman?
Uh-huh.
He calls her liberal princess, and he starts doing all these ads of like, are we really gonna vote for liberal princess over here? And then so the Democrats are like, hey, bunkbed Jed, why don't you shut the fuck up? So they call him bunkbed Jed because as he's running for office, he's still sharing a bunk bed with his brother.
Jeremiah?
I don't know if it was Jeremiah, but it was somebody.
What?
Yeah. And he knows nothing about anything. It's like empty up here. So, yeah. And then in 2026, like a few months ago, Anna Duggar has finally come back online. So she
Anna
was
Duggar?
largely gone from the public eye after Joshua Duggar's arrest and conviction later in 2022. She is now breeding golden retrievers in her backyard and posting on social media again. Netizens don't
They all
really know
made
how
so
to feel
much
about
money.
her. Some people think, again, you're too damn old to be doing this and you have children. And I will say it is always a parent and not a mom, and like I think it's always thrust upon the mom, but it is also a dad's duty. It is always a parent's duty to protect their own children. So that type of criticism I think is warranted. But some people are just conflicted on whether they despise or not Anna Duggar. One comment reads, I just think this is all around sad. Maybe even a bit tragic in regards to Anna. Like she married this guy so young, and I remember the courting and early marriage stuff, and she was just so happy, and it was cringy and culty and weird. But there she was marrying into fundamentalist Christian royalty and getting away from her family. She was like really all in on this. She believed in this. She was excited for this. And the only time these girls get to feel special in their lives is when they court, marry, and have babies. And now what does she have to show for it? What can she do, choking on the Kool-Aid as much as she is? Now, with all these kids, she is utterly and helplessly dependent on the Duggars. When you're that brainwashed, there's no moment when the penny drops and you're free. Freedom can also suck. It's unfamiliar, scary, and expensive. People also believe the Duggars will do everything they can to make her stay. They'll put so much pressure on her until she's metaphorically pinned to the ground and paralyzed by the crush. Anna is responsible for protecting her children, but tragically means something different to her than to us. It's likely Anna believes it is her fault for not being joyfully available, and that at least with the Duggar Empire's help, she can clothe and feed her children. And even when Joshua Duggar comes out, he will not be able to have unsupervised visits with any minor children, including his own. We don't know if that's why she's staying or if she genuinely just still loves Joshua Duggar after.
I mean, when he comes out, none of them will be minors.
No, they will. So she gave birth to Madison during the trial. Yeah.
Oh. How long he gets? 13?
12.
12. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. 12 and a half.
Wow, that is actually crazy.
Yeah. And then it happens again. March 18th, 2026. Joseph Duggar is arrested. And everybody loses their mind. Like, I think, in 2015 when this was happening with Joshua Duggar, and then later in 2021, I think most of this news, it did become mainstream news, but it really stayed within this Duggar universe of people who religiously followed the Duggars, and I don't mean that pun intended. But with this 2026 arrest, people are starting to feel like, okay, there is like something very nefarious happening, maybe not even just in this family, but in the IBLP. Like, people need to look into everything. The charges stem from events that allegedly happened in 2020. It is alleged that in 2020, during a family vacation in Panama City Beach, Florida, Joseph allegedly repeatedly suggests that this 9-year-old girl sit on his lap.
Who's this girl?
We don't know. Some people have made guesses. I would not.
Autopilot disabled.
He had her sit next to him on the couch, covered her with a blanket, and rubbed her thighs and grazed her private parts. She finally tells her dad about it as a 14-year-old girl. So in 2026, she's like, Dad, this is what happened to me. Her father confronts Joseph, and he confesses, allegedly, to the dad.
Sissy.
And this is when the dad calls the police. The police are like, call Joseph again and have him admit it while we're listening. Allegedly, he acknowledges his actions once more. The next day, he is arrested. This comes as a huge shock to most people because Joseph has always been known as the quieter, nicer brother. He was relatively low-key up until all of this. He's also publicly condemned his older brother Joshua for his actions. On the family website, Joseph's page just reads, I recently finished my real estate broker's license and I've enjoyed getting to work in the real estate industry. We've also been building houses to sell. I love getting to work outside with my hands. So people are like, what is happening? And I think it's so reminiscent of the crimes that Joshua Duggar committed against his own sisters that people are starting to wonder what's going on. Does everybody just know that this is a thing that's happening? And then Jim Bob's previous remarks about how this is like a lot of families go through this. So a lot of people online are speculating if Joseph's wife, Kendra, knew what was going on. And if she did, why didn't she turn him in? And a lot of people who have been following the Duggar universe, I guess, they have been pinpointing when Kendra had stopped posting online on Instagram, she took a break. And people are wondering if maybe she took a break around that time in 2020, 2021 because of everything that was going on in her private life. Like maybe she found out about it then. But if she found out about it then, why didn't she go to the police? Is it the same thing that Jim Bob and Michelle Duggar have been doing where they don't go to the police for crimes against children? And alarmingly, they have 4 children together. And then 2 days after Joseph Duggar's arrest, Kendra Duggar is arrested. And people are like, okay, that means she knew about it, right?
What's going on?
She's actually arrested for a completely different charge, 4 counts of child endangerment and false imprisonment. Initially, there was some relief that she was not arrested for similar crimes as Joseph Duggar or for participating or co-conspiring to like let him get away with it, but it's bad. Locks were found on the outside of the children's bedrooms' doors. That is
That's
safeguard.
what Jim Bob did, right?
Yes.
On TLC.
Yeah.
On the TV show.
Well, not on the TV show, but he did that to
Prevent Josh from...
Yes. So she had that. And that leads a lot of questions and people.
Why? Exactly.
Yeah. Because it's not safe and it's illegal, actually. That's why she's arrested. Because in the event of a fire, I mean, you can't lock your kids in a room.
Right. Is that the only thing they found?
So far. Well, so far it sounds presumptuous. Like I'm insinuating she's committed other crimes. Just, yes.
But how did that even come about? Because
they searched his house.
Oh, and then they found locks.
Yes.
So she got arrested for that.
Both of them have been released from custody. Both of them are not allowed around their children. Joseph's next court date is April 20th. Kendra's is April 29th. And a little bit about Kendra before we get into the jailhouse calls, okay? Kendra is the daughter of a pastor. She's 1 out of 9 children. Her dad in 2014 distributed pamphlets claiming that there are no such things as homosexuals. And when people are like, why the hell did you do that? He said that it was merely him trying to spread love. I don't know what his definition of love is. And also during Kendra and Joseph's wedding, Kendra's dad just keeps telling Kendra that she reminds him so much of his wife, aka Kendra's mom. And it was just like so repeatedly, not the sweet, like, oh, you have your mother's eyes. But like, why do you keep saying that? It was just weird. They have 4 children together that Kendra is not allowed to see right now. And then all of this is just blowing up in March of 2026. And then it gets crazier because emails and jail calls are released. In emails between Joseph and his family members, Anna Duggar, Joshua Duggar's wife, makes an appearance. She lets Joseph know that they're all praying for him and that she deposited money into his commissary account. And then, quote, just remember, don't talk about anything legal unless you're with an attorney. Everything said in these messages, phone calls, and video chats are recorded and turned over to prosecutors. Joshua's experience at Washington County Jail was fairly safe. Anna talks about Kendra writing an email to Joseph. She loves you so much, and she was strong during our call, except when she mentioned it would be a month before she could see the kids. My heart aches for all of you. I believe she will prevail in the end. It may just take some time. Kendra is an extraordinary woman. God's grace shines through her. She is truly a treasure. Praying for you. Love ya, Anna.
Is Anna the only one?
No, a lot of other people are writing emails.
Like family members?
Mm-hmm. Kendra is writing emails.
That is crazy because your husband committed these crimes and here's Joseph who's potentially, you know, like how could you?
Yeah, I think the terrifying thing is it's become so normalized in certain communities that doing this, okay, for Joshua, it was normalized of natural curiosity of a young boy. I don't know what logic they're using for Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
But this is truly just another way that certain communities, and I'm not saying all fundamentalist Christians or anyone with faith-based religion.
I've heard so much anti-trans stuff out of them in the last like 5 years that I kind of want to hear some anti-Christian stuff. How would they like it? They've been acting like shitheads and ignoring God's fucking commandments and shit. Do unto others. Love thy neighbors. Oh, sorry, kitty.
I'm just saying, like, there are certain groups of people that will use religious text and genuinely good faith-based findings to just victimize women and children, and that's it. And then in another email, Anna Duggar writes to Joseph, I'm praising God that we started getting closer to you guys within the last year and a half. He knew that Kendra was going to need help. We will and are helping her.
What?
Yeah. Jim Bob is emailing Joseph. Joseph, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. Mom and I love you very much. Looks like you have a long road ahead of you, but God will get you through. You have made some terrible decisions, but God has already forgiven you if you have asked him. You are just going to have to accept this situation at this point, and it's also fine to pray that God would have mercy on you, but you're probably going to face major consequences for several years to come. And he also insinuates that he should make lemonade out of lemons. Then there are phone calls between Joseph and Kendra Duggar where Kendra tells him that she has an attorney for her. And, you know, he also has an attorney. He complains that he's been in solitary confinement. He's not really sleeping well through the night, but it's good to hear Kendra's voice.
So you're doing okay? I'm trying to keep my spirits up, and I feel like reading the Bible has really been helpful to calm and not think about all the situation. It's been uplifting, so
I will say listening to these phone calls is so odd. It's just odd.
Does it like just feels illegal to hear that?
No, it's just the way they talk. Okay, so first of all, I can't imagine anyone talking to their spouse who has been charged with a crime like that in the way that Kendra is talking to Joseph. And it feels so distant and formal.
You think that's how they usually talk?
I think so. He is giving her religious advice. And she's like, praise the Lord. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening, everyone?
Yeah. What is he saying? Like,
he's like how he's reading Psalms and it's really getting him through. They have like a light moment where they talk about how Kendra mentions multiple times that she can't eat. She can't stomach anything. Everyone is worried about her because she can't eat and she needs energy, but like she just can't eat and she's frail and she's weak, right? And Joseph Duggar just didn't give a fuck. He does not give a flying fork about Kendra Duggar. I'm just going to say that right now. And I hope Kendra is listening to people that are telling her that too, because he almost sounds annoyed that she keeps mentioning this. He's like, well, you got to eat. I was reading Psalms.
When I got home, a little bit of food, the most I've been able to eat probably all week. And I got a little bit of strength back where I was able to walk, not like, because I was
yeah, you were starting where
struggling.
You said, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she just keeps bringing it up. And he's just like, yeah, I'm having a hard time eating too. And then they joke about how they're both going to lose weight. And they're like, haha. Kendra says that she's being taken care of by Joseph's family, end quote.
I just sometimes start crying because I know God's been so good. I've been writing down some of the things that I'm thankful for that, you know, we've gotten to do. Like I was thinking about our vacation we got to do as a family and our trip before. And so I was trying to write down
all of that today too.
He keeps preaching to her about how to listen to God, let God's voice take over, and read the book of Psalms. Yeah, and she says that she's just like, yeah. And there is this point that people have a lot of people online have brought it up, but she says that she's working through the list that he gave her on his iPad, and she's trying to coordinate how to get his phone out of custody, because when you get booked into jail, they take it into custody so that she can go through his phone. So a lot of people are concerned that she's trying to delete evidence. Further jail conversations talk about how she's getting passwords, I'm assuming to like banking and business stuff, but they could be the same thing, they could be different things, we don't know. But a lot of people, I think, just from the recollection of what happened with Joshua, there's concern that something is happening there. Yeah. But nothing is as blasphemous as Joshua Duggar's statement through his attorney when Joseph Duggar is arrested. The attorney says that Josh said that the allegations against Joseph have deeply saddened him, and that Joshua understands the stigma of being accused. He lives with the painful reality of how false accusations can destroy a life. He understands how the targeting of a person for publicity can twist the truth into sensationalized fiction. Calm down. You were not that famous. You were not targeted. And that is currently where we are with the Duggars. We're waiting for their court dates later in this month. We're just going to see where we go from there.
It could be really, really bad, right?
Yeah.
I find it a little shocking that Kendra is just like arrested. Yes, it is very bad that you are locking, but I feel like if Kendra could have been like, oh no, Joseph put the lock on or something. I don't know. What do you think it made them charge her that quickly? Do you feel like there's more things?
No, I think...
Or you think that's it? There's lock on the door.
Yeah. I think you would charge both parents immediately. Because it's just like that illegal.
Right, okay.
You know? I mean, I think maybe because...
That is true.
Yeah.
Like, why would they do something like that? So abnormal.
Because, I mean, my sister even had to watch out for the locks in the door when the kids were young. Because they would lock themselves in a room. So to have a lock outside the room is just...
Okay, right. So what's going... Like,
yeah,
I guess it's like...
Something's
going on in this house.
Yeah, and it's not really safe. Like, you cannot be alone. Like, Kendra cannot be alone with her kids anymore. I don't even think she can see her kids right now until April 29th. I think there will be another judgment. But, something really dark is going on. And I imagine that it was not... Because, you know, like, maybe you could argue there's, like, a lock that locks from both sides. I'm imagining it was, like, very clear as day for the officers what that lock was.
Who else wrote letters or emailed Joseph and Kendra in the family? Do you know?
It was mainly them. A lot of the others have spoken out. I mean, interestingly enough, Jill said that she learned about Joseph's arrest through the media. She did not know from her parents. And so a lot of siblings have spoken out publicly that they are condemning what Joseph has done.
Oh, okay.
Or some of them have given slightly more PR-friendly remarks of like, you know, victims, my heart breaks, can't believe it, but like not definitive like, oh my God, fuck that guy, my brother, you know.
So Anna is supporting.
Yeah. Jim Bob, Michelle, and Kendra is very much supporting her husband in this.
Interesting. Yeah.
A lot of people are having a hard time swallowing all of this. And I think there will probably be more that comes out as time passes. But what are your thoughts on this case? I feel that the Duggar family their arrest recently has caused a lot more eyes into even the past of all the Duggar family members. And I think it's just there's such a high barrier of entry to get to know the family's entire digital footprint and lore because there's just so much information out there. And all of that information, I mean, I was even scared to research this case because with a case like this, of course, you're going to have opinions from people who grew up parasocially with the family or people who have grown up in similar conditions. And it's just a lot of even ideological viewpoints that you have to sift through to get to the root of like who these people even are. And it was just like a tremendous amount of content out there. But one netizen comments, is 19 Kids and Counting the name of the show or the Sun's rap sheets? So with that being said, that is where I leave you with part 4. Let me know in the comments, what are your thoughts? Stay safe.
I hate my thought, but here it is. I hate my response, but here it is. I wonder if Christians would like it if we treated Christians the way they treat trans
Welcome back to the Rebuttal Podcast, where we break down case law, comedy, and chaos in the legal field. I have structured today's episode to build up to the explanation, the climax, if you will, to what exactly is happening here, because I think that the explanation is incredibly insane, and spoiling it in the very beginning is boring. And trust me, the payoff will be worth it. Yes, you will know what happens. This is not an unsolved mystery. Let's get right into it. One August day in 2019, Ina and David Steiner, a married couple in their late 50s and early 60s respectively, were in their offices at their Natick home in Massachusetts when they each received an email pop into their inboxes. The message was bizarre. It said that their, quote, wet specimen was ready and asked, did they want to accept delivery? Ina, a petite woman with short white hair, leaned over and pressed a button on the intercom between her room and David's. Did you see the message? She asked. He had, and was just as confused and alarmed as his wife. Neither of them had ordered a wet specimen, nor were they exactly sure what one even was. Can you call back and ask them what this is about? Ina asked. When David reached the company by phone, the rep told him nonchalantly that the wet specimen in question was a pig fetus embalmed in formaldehyde. Would you like to accept delivery? He asked. David hung up and called the police. A few minutes later, a cruiser from the Natick Police Department pulled into the Steiners' driveway, and an officer walked up to their front door. David and Ina invited him inside, took a deep breath, and did their best to sound sane as they began to explain what was happening. It had all started in June, when David found the word Phytomaster spray painted in black across his brand new white fence in the front yard. Several weeks later, the Steiners began receiving vulgar and threatening Twitter messages from someone going by the name @TUI_ELEI. Then came the newsletters. The Steiners woke up one August morning to find that someone had signed them up for Irritable Bowel Syndrome News, Satanic Temple membership, and Sin City Fetish Night newsletter. By day's end, they had more than 50 such subscriptions, and now someone had ordered them a pig fetus. Ina told the police officer she was convinced that the electronic harassment was related to the graffiti, which would mean that whoever had spent hours of their life tormenting them online had also been to their house. The cop politely took notes and said he would look into the matter. On his way out the door, the officer bent over and picked up a package that had just arrived on the doorstep and passed it to Ina. Moments later, David and the officer were still chatting by the front door when they heard a piercing scream. They scrambled inside to find Ina shaking and the package, now opened, sitting on the kitchen counter. Inside was a shrink-wrapped, bloody pig's face. The Steiners had been harassed and threatened both online and physically in their home for months by deliveries of such things as bloody pig masks, live cockroaches, fly larvae, and live spiders, a funeral wreath, and large orders of pizza. Their home had been vandalized, their fence spray-painted with graffiti, all while continuing to receive threatening, increasingly vulgar messages online from that random Twitter account and from unidentified email addresses. That night, she and David lay awake.
In WoW Delves, how do I break the portal stone? Oh, do I have to get a grenade? I think I do. Now I understand what I had to do. All right. I didn't like this. It was tedious and I don't think it's well designed. Well, it didn't waste my time at least.
In bed, feeling helpless, their minds reeling with the questions that tormented them. Why was this happening? Who were they dealing with? And the most terrifying question of all, what would this person do next? Home mattered the most to the couple. They don't travel all that much or have children to visit. But suddenly, a constant stream of troubling events had turned the place that was once their sanctuary into what felt like a house of horrors. And it was getting ever more frightening by the day. Soon after the Twitter messages started coming from Tui Eli, David was standing in his foyer, ripping into a bubble envelope that had just arrived from Amazon when a book slid out. The cover featured a photo of crumpled rose petals and the words, "Grief Diaries, Surviving Loss of a Spouse." Up until then, Ina had been the one more concerned than David, but now David believed someone wanted his wife dead. David and Ina felt under siege. They hunkered down at home and did what they could to protect themselves. For the first time in their marriage, they slept in separate bedrooms so that if an intruder invaded their home, at least one of them might have time to escape or call for help. Then, in a move that seemed to have been plucked from Home Alone, Ina rolled a laundry cart in front of their back door and piled it high with baking pans so that if someone tried to enter, the cookware would crash to the floor, letting them know someone was breaking in. Ina stashed a baseball bat in her bedroom and a golf club in her office. David all but stopped sleeping, waking every 2 hours to turn on his iPad and watch the feed from his surveillance camera that monitored the front door. The day after they set the back door booby trap, Ina was caught off guard by a call from someone at the corporate offices of a sex toy chain store. An anonymous person had registered the Steiners as being interested in opening a franchise. The day after that, a package arrived from a company called Carolina Biological Supply. That also did not bode well. David called the police and told an officer that something, he wasn't sure what, had arrived in a box and he didn't want to open it. When the cops arrived and inspected the parcel, the verdict was in. The package was indeed full of larvae and live spiders. The deliveries didn't stop. The following day, an unsuspecting flower delivery man appeared at the Steiners' back door holding a funeral wreath. When Ina and David confronted him, he said he had been instructed to leave the wreath at the back door without ringing the bell. David interpreted the wreath as another threat against Ina's life. The couple became a two-person investigative unit determined to solve the mystery that their lives had become. Ina and David called the retailers who had sent unwanted packages and demanded to know who had placed the orders. Though they were desperate to figure out who was tormenting them, their efforts bore little fruit. Retailers frequently stonewalled their questions, citing privacy policies. For the Steiners, their investigation created little more than the illusion of control. No matter how many calls they made, no matter how many leads they tracked down, the packages, the strange phone calls, and the threatening messages all kept coming. There was nothing they could do, and it was starting to take its toll. In addition, David and Ina were famished and running out of food, too overwhelmed and too afraid to leave their home and shop for groceries. I'm not laughing because it's funny. This is horrible. It's just so insane. Because I know the answer and you don't. It's crazy. Neither of them had slept straight through the night in a week, and they found themselves getting slower, their thinking less clear, their minds bogged down by exhaustion and stress. One afternoon, a neighbor appeared at the front door and extended his hand, and it was a magazine. Hustler, barely legal, the cover said, and the label bore David's name, but the neighbor's address. Terrorizing them wasn't enough, David and Ina thought. Apparently, their tormentors wanted to humiliate them.
Is it
too.
eBay?
Eventually, a friend of the Steiners stopped by their home to drop off a car. It was the final piece that the couple needed to convert their home into a fortress. David wanted to block off the driveway with the additional vehicle to make it harder for anyone to approach the house. After the friend parked the car in position, David offered him a ride back home. As they drove away, David happened to glance down a side street where he spotted a black van with New York plates inching toward the intersection. He felt his nervous system jolt. Just a few hours earlier, David had been atop a ladder, attaching yet another security camera to the roof of his house so that he could monitor the front yard and the street beyond it. Ina was inside the house, passing him tools through a bedroom window when she blurted out, "Black van, New York plates." David swung around to see a van creeping slowly down the street. The couple had wondered if the van was simply a lost contractor or if it was their tormentor coming to attack them in their home. Now, driving his friend home, David glanced into his rearview mirror to see that very van pulling out from a side street and getting right behind him. "You're going to think I'm crazy," David told his friend, "but I think we're being tailed." Instead of driving his friend home, David made a series of random right turns, tracing a route to nowhere, but to his horror, the van followed, making every turn that he did. As David steered around a bend briefly out of the van's sightline, the friend told David to slam on the brakes. He scrambled out onto the street and hid in a nearby bush. Then, as the van drove by, David's friend snapped a photo of the vehicle's license plate. When David returned home, he burst into the house and told Ina to call the police. Soon, 3 cruisers pulled up to the yard. By then, though, the van had vanished. As Ina spoke to the cops, David tried to gather himself by the front gate. A curious neighbor approached and said something, but David couldn't comprehend the words. "I have to sit down," he muttered as he stumbled toward the stoop. He was sweating and breathing heavily. The cops left and Ina helped David inside, but his condition only worsened. He turned white, and when he tried to ask her for a glass of water, he could barely get the words out between ragged breaths. Jesus, Ina thought. He's having a heart attack. Ina knew she had to call 911, but she was terrified too. What if the van followed the ambulance and ambushed them on the way? But if she didn't call, she worried David could die right there on the couch. As she tried to figure out what to do, she consoled him and watched the color return to his face.
Somebody
Then his uneven
fearmongered
breath
them.
steadied and slowed to a more normal rhythm. It wasn't cardiac arrest. He had suffered a panic attack. In time, David calmed down, but he couldn't relax. That night, he lay awake watching security camera footage of his home on his iPad. At around 4:30 a.m., he heard the unmistakable sound of tires on the street outside. Then, a black sedan rolled into view on his video feed and stopped in front of the house. That's not good, David thought. He got up, parted the curtain, and looked outside. The driver's door opened, and a balding older man stepped out. David could feel his legs quiver and his heart thumping like a steam hammer. Call 911, he hollered over his shoulder to Ina, who was in the bedroom down the hall. Then he turned back to the open window and shouted the police are on their way. The stranger paid no attention. He walked to the car's rear door and opened it. Inside, David could see something that looked like a black leather case. Jesus, he said, there's a gun in there. What do you want? What do you want? David screamed out the window at the man. In response, the visitor reached into the car and pulled out the case. Stop it. Drop it, David shouted, his voice growing more panicked. On the phone in the other room, Ina could hear every word. She frantically dialed 911 and told the dispatcher that there was an intruder and she thought he had a gun. The dispatcher told her the cops were on the way, but Ina knew that wasn't much good. The man was standing outside their house and heading toward their front gate. It was too late. When the stranger reached the front gate, David watched him bend down, remove a pair of objects from his case, and place them flat on the ground. Then he turned toward David and, for the first time, spoke. God bless, he said, before sliding back in the car and driving away. David watched the sedan's red taillights disappear down the road. Once it was out of sight, he crept downstairs and went outside, scanning his surroundings as he made his way toward the gate. There, he found 2 pizza boxes sitting on the ground. He tugged open one of the lids to see what was inside. Pizza. David didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The stranger wasn't an assassin. He was just the latest unwitting pawn deployed in the campaign to terrorize the Steiners. And clearly, it was working. The following morning, a week after the siege of the Steiners' home had begun, a police officer called with bad news. 1 digit of the license plate that David's friend had photographed was not legible, and the New York State DMV had refused to provide any information based on a partial number. The Steiners and the cops remained empty-handed. The tornado had left no trace. Meanwhile, the threatening Twitter messages continued. Quote, "You get my gifts, cunt," Tui Eli wrote, referring, David and Ina thought, to the latest round of unwanted deliveries. Around the same time, Tui Eli posted the Steiners' address on Twitter. Then,
Why did I have to sneeze at the end of this fight? God fucking damn it.
Anyone and everyone to come right in. No need to knock. The next day, David finally decided to buy some groceries. He asked a neighbor to keep an eye on the house and on Ina while he was out. He felt uneasy leaving his wife at home alone, but they needed to eat, and the idea of summoning another stranger to the house with a delivery was intolerable. David was driving through his neighborhood when a silver SUV started following him. He could once again feel panic taking over, but he managed somehow to evade its grip. He wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. This time, David would not let the SUV get away without capturing its license plate number. He turned onto Pond Street, a main thoroughfare, and then made a series of random turns. He looked in his rearview mirror. The SUV was still there. He was being followed again. David dialed 911 on his cell phone. When the dispatcher answered, he said, quote, "I am being followed. Called the Natick police." His plan was to lure the vehicle to the police station. There, he thought, officers could spring into action should his pursuer try to take him by force. If the driver stayed inside the SUV, David could snap photos of the person with the police nearby. He stopped his car in front of the station. The SUV then turned onto a side street. David didn't know what would happen next. Will I hear a rap on the window? Will masked men swarm me? He could feel himself losing control again, his breathing becoming faster and shallower. Then, in the mirror, the SUV reappeared. David calmed himself, steadied his phone against the steering wheel, and trained the viewfinder on the vehicle's license plate as it drove past. Click, click, click. He shot more than a dozen photos. This time he had to be sure. Several minutes later, an officer saw David sitting on a retaining wall outside the station and walked over. After taking the photos, David had staggered to his feet but collapsed onto the wall as a panic attack overtook him again. When the officer approached, he couldn't bring himself back to his feet. He was trembling. His legs felt locked up. But he unlocked his phone and showed it to the police officer, swiping through the photos one by one. Even though his hands had been shaky at the time, the images were crystal clear. Every digit of the license plate was visible. He had done it. The next day, the phone rang at the Signer residence. It was the Natick police. An investigator told Ina that he'd read the plates and that the vehicle was a rental. Do you know anyone named Veronica Zay? The detective asked. Veronica Zay's first job at eBay was intelligence operator. In a windowless room at corporate headquarters in San Jose, she watched closed circuit cameras and helped people who were locked out of their offices. Zay was 23, with no special skills, but she worked hard. Soon, she was promoted to intelligence analyst, charged with staying ahead of geopolitical and individual threats. Like the other analysts, Zay was a contract worker. Her ambition was to be hired by eBay itself. One mistake could crush that hope and even risk lives. It was her responsibility to track, quote, persons of interest, individuals who might pose a danger to eBay, and rank them in a threat matrix. Her division was called Global Security and Resiliency, and it consisted of dozens of people, including retired police captains and former security consultants. But it was surprisingly intimate. We're a family, James Baugh, the boss, and Stephen Pop, her immediate supervisor, would say to the analysts. We're like mom and dad. Pro tip, anytime bosses start telling you you're a family, mom and dad, you, me, together forever, run for the hills. That isn't a legal tip. This isn't legal advice. They want you to think of them as their family because they just never want you to go home. Ever. In fact, loyalty was one of the core tenets of global security and resiliency, and Veronica got the message. In the summer of 2019, Veronica Zay did what her boss and her boss's boss and the chief executive of the $28 billion company wanted, even as those things got more and more deranged, and even as they were all drawn into one of the most lurid scandals in the history of Silicon Valley, which, if you've checked that list, it's a long one. This is definitely one of them. 1 year later, on June 15th, 2020, the U.S. Department of Justice charged 6 former eBay employees, all part of the corporate security team, with conspiring to commit cyberstalking and tamper with witnesses. Their alleged targets were almost comically obscure. A single mom and pop blogging duo from a suburb of Boston and a guy on Twitter who wrote often in their comment section. Their methods were juvenile and grotesque, featuring cockroaches, pornography, barely veiled threats of violence and death, physical surveillance, and the weaponization of late-night pizza. Quote, this was a determined, systematic effort by senior employees of a major company to destroy the lives of a couple in Natick, said the U.S. Attorney in Boston, Andrew Lelling, at a news conference. All because they published content the company executives didn't like. The scheme, described by prosecutors, was both completely malevolent and remarkably inept, full of daft assumptions on the part of eBay about a plot to take eBay down that simply did not exist. In January of 2019, the already stressful pressure put on the employees in global security and resiliency went up even further. Elliott Management, a hedge fund considered merciless even by Wall Street standards, bought a chunk of eBay and asked for changes. Nobody was safe, especially the chief executive, Devin Wenig. As Mr. Wenig and other eBay executives tried to make nice with the hedge fund, they did not want to hear criticism of the company. No, they did not. That could cause trouble, and if some critic persisted, they needed to shut up. If necessary, they needed to be scared speechless. Those critics? A mom and pop. The Steiners were victims of a harassment campaign by eBay. Yes, the $28 billion company. Not by stalkers, not by terrorists. eBay. As in, the entire company paid for this to happen, forced their employees to do their bidding, to stalk and harass this couple to no end for months. As a young couple, one of the Steiners' favorite activities was prowling yard sales for underpriced treasures. They loved the hunt, but what they appreciated even more was finding something useful to them that had become little more than trash to the seller. Every time, it seemed like a small miracle, the perfect encounter among buyer, object, and seller. So when eBay launched online in 1995, they were fascinated. Here was a way to achieve a brief moment of serendipity on a larger scale. The only hiccup was that during eBay's early years, its website was clunky, and users were not especially web savvy. Maybe, the couple thought, they could help. 4 years after eBay was founded, the couple launched e-commerce Bites, initially called Auction Bites, in 1999. E-commerce Bites is still an online newsletter and e-commerce trade publication. The website offered advice to buyers in the early days of internet commerce. In the years after its founding, the website became a resource for sellers on a number of platforms, from Etsy to Amazon, a kind of trade publication for anyone whose business is selling items online. It is read primarily by sellers, but also by some corporate staff, including some who post comments on their website. The website not only offers advice, but also critiques of the corporate and policy changes at eBay and other e-commerce platforms. Like any good entrepreneurs, the Steiners anticipated a need before their audience even knew it existed. Launched more than 20 years ago, their website today has some 600,000 monthly visitors, and the vast majority of their subscribers are people who make their living selling on eBay. David and Ina's publication, which started off as a blog and now has elevated a bit beyond that, isn't exactly required reading in most American living rooms, but in the insular world of e-commerce and for the legions of people for whom these platforms are essentially their workplaces, it may as well be the New York Times. Since their publication's inception, Ina and David have been the only staff members, with David seeing to the business side and Ina serving as the dogged reporter and writer. Their company's headquarters has always been located at their Natick home, a charming colonial that has the look of a gingerbread house in the wintertime. They couldn't have been happier with the arrangement. They bought their house in 1995 as a fixer-upper, and David, almost single-handedly, spent 10 years turning it into a home that felt uniquely their own. eBay, however, was determined to turn it into a nightmare. As the former senior director of safety and security, Jim Baugh headed eBay's security department. Prior to joining eBay, Baugh worked for United States government intelligence and private security companies. At eBay, the security department was responsible for managing crises and threats to people at eBay or the brand. To do so, Baugh oversaw a security team, which included Brian Gilbert, eBay's former senior manager of special operations, Stephanie Popp, eBay's former senior manager of the Global Intelligence Center, David Harville, eBay's former director of global resiliency, Philip Cook, eBay's former security operations manager, and Veronica Zay, a PFC employee contracted out to eBay as an intelligence analyst. Baugh reported directly to Wendy Jones, eBay's chief communications officer, and his workspace was near her office. They would have one-on-one meetings 2 to 4 times per month. Baugh, however, had a growing alcohol addiction during his time at eBay. By the summer of 2019, he was consuming around 10 alcoholic drinks per day, including workdays. However, Baugh did his best to hide his drinking problem from those above him at eBay, including Jones, by avoiding getting drunk before his meetings. By the spring of 2019, eBay's CEO Devin Wenig and eBay's communications chief Steve Weimer became increasingly concerned about e-commerce Bytes' coverage of eBay. On April 10th, 2019, Weimer sent a text to Wenig with a link to an article written by Ina Steiner reporting that Wenig was compensated 152 times that of an average eBay employee. Along with the link, Weimer texted, quote, "We are going to crush this lady." On April 20th, 2019, in reference to negative coverage about eBay by the Wall Street Journal, Wenig texted Weimer, quote, "Fuck them. The Journal is next on the list after Ina Steiner." On May 23rd, 2019, Jones and Baugh met to discuss the Steiners, during which Jones asked Baugh, quote, "Where are you at on this issue?" Baugh told her that they were still working on things, quote unquote. In response, Jones asked Baugh to deal with it, quote, "off the radar." In addition, she asked him to let her know if he, quote, "needed any help with it," but she didn't want to know the details. At a different meeting with Jones, Baugh played for her a recorded call between a security team member using a false identity and a subject associated with Fidomaster. Fidomaster is the username of a commenter on e-commerce Bytes who often posted criticism of eBay and who the security team believed was connected to the Steiners. If you remember, the word Fidomaster was spray painted on the Steiners' fence. eBay thought that they were essentially either working together or one and the same. Just this random account that often commented on their website, blog, newsletter situation. Yeah. After hearing the recording, Jones fist bumped Baugh. On May 31st, 2019, in reference to an e-commerce Bytes article written by Ina Steiner, Wenig wrote to Weimer, quote, "I couldn't care less what she says," and, quote, "take her down." Mind you, just a quick pause here, okay? My first kind of ad-lib commentary into this insane unfolding story. If you go to e-commerce Bytes and you read the articles that are the subject of all this strife and ire and men getting their panties in an absolute twisty knot, okay, you will see how dry, objective, and not emotional these articles, these entries are. Like, I was expecting at the very least, like a Substack kind of moment, you know, people are really putting their back into it with respect to their ire, with respect to eBay and unfairness and policies, blah, blah, blah. They report on shit so plain Jane. Like, Ina, her writing is so just like, here you go. Like, yeah, the CEO makes 152 times that of any eBay employee. Really makes you wonder. Like, that is it. And there are so many articles written about so many other platforms, like eBay, Amazon, Etsy, like all of these other platforms. All of it's so informative and helpful. I understand how their website blew up, you know, and became a very helpful resource because it's super bare bones. Like, it's not anything crazy. It's not a fucking Ben Shapiro sit down on my YouTube and gab and talk shit. Like, subscribe to my newsletter while I talk hella shit about your employer. Like, that's not what's happening. I mean, obviously they're writing it from a pro seller standpoint, but please keep that in mind, okay? In your noggin, between your eyeballs, when you're hearing these messages and text messages between executives at eBay, executives at a $28 billion company talking about Ina. It's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. It still wouldn't have been warranted even if her blog posts were like, fuck eBay and everything you stand for, and your mother's too. Like, that still would have been uncalled for. But it just adds a cherry on top to how delusional everything was. I genuinely am like, everyone was under spells. Everyone was in psychosis. And I don't mean that in a, oh, I don't know anything about mental health way. I mean that in like a, people need to be medicated. Everyone involved in this should be medicated. That's a crazy thing to say. But at the very least, they were all having a mental event, going through a mental health crisis. And as shocking as finding glitter on a stripper, this is what the executives look like. Middle-aged white men. With a really expensive haircut, Rolex on the wrist, chock full of lead, and fresh out of scents. Both of these men needed, like, instead of getting so mad at this middle-aged woman literally writing objective information about your very public policies that impact millions of people who go on your platform every single day, you should perhaps go take a very long walk off of a very short pier. Go for a swim for a minute. Come back, cool down, right? Take another 2 weeks off of your job and then quit. Jones referred to Steiner as a, quote, cow, and Weimer replied, her day is coming. Jones then texted, quote, I can't wait, and let Weimer know that Baugh came to her with some thoughts and she had told him to, quote, stand down and leave it alone. So a woman, again, is the only voice of reason, even mildly in this situation. Like, she's still not reasonable, still not right, giving a whole lot that we need. She's not giving much. She's giving minimum, but still it's always a woman going, hey guys, wait a minute. Woo. Should we just chill? Like, I know I just said some crazy things back there, but like, should we just chill? And all the men go, why would we do that? War in Iran. Isn't that usually how it goes? In response, Weimer told Jones she was, quote, too kind and to tell Bob to be his advisor on this issue. He concluded that, quote, sometimes you just need to make an example out of someone and that Ina Steiner, quote, needs to be crushed. This poor old lady. Mind you, during all of these conversations that they're having about, Ina is minding her business, gardening in Massachusetts. Like, she is not thinking about y'all. Like, she does not give a fuck about you at all. Jones replied that she had told Baugh she would raise this issue to Weimer and Weimer would let Baugh know if he wanted Baugh to proceed. Weimer replied to this final message with a thumbs up emoji. A week later, Baugh directed Gilbert to travel to Boston to surveil the Steiners and to pay for the trip with a PFC-issued credit card. Once in Boston, Gilbert graffitied the word Phytomaster on the Steiners' fence, though Baugh did not inform anyone of Gilbert's trip beforehand. After Gilbert vandalized the Steiners' fence, Baugh told Weimer that his team had given the Steiners a, quote, tap on the shoulder. Baugh was intentionally vague because Weimer had previously instructed Baugh to let him know if Baugh required assistance, but to not share the details of any plans. On August 1st, 2019, after Ina Steiner had published an article about a lawsuit eBay had filed against Amazon, Wenig texted Weimer, quote, Ina is out with a hot piece on the litigation. If we are ever going to take her down, now is the time. Weimer responded, on it. At the time of this exchange, Wenig was on a sabbatical. Weimer later texted Ba, quote, I want her done in all caps. Ba then asked, Wenig said to burn her to the ground, correct? Weimer replied, quote, she is a biased troll who needs to get burned down in all caps. Finally, Weimer assured Ba that he would, quote, embrace managing any bad fallout. We need to stop her. Stop in all caps. As if she's taking down the company. Like as if she is single-handedly making eBay stock fall. As if she has literally any fucking impact on eBay's prosperity. Like, let's check the numbers, babes. Let's look at the charts. Let's check the numbers. Like, there's no evidence or anything mentioned here in this. Literally, I'm reading from the court opinion about the facts, okay? Nothing mentioned here that the hedge fund, all right, that was up their butts because they just purchased a big part of eBay and they were like, now it's our turn to, you know what I mean? Like, basically breathe down your necks. There's no mention of them being like, hey, these negative pieces online that are coming out of this like literal from 1999 looking ass website, you're gonna be fired. All of you are gonna be fired unless you stop it. Like there's like nothing. They're just projecting, like they just want to bully someone really bad. Like I don't understand. Like, is it the power trip? That's what blows my mind so much about this is because it literally had no bearing on their jobs, like on eBay. All the evidence basically just proves that they fixated on this woman and her cute little blog website and nothing was really supporting that. Like they had literally no reason to. I'm losing my mind. Sometimes you want to understand things and you won't ever. That's fine. On August 7th, 2019, Ba met with Weimer in his office. During the meeting, Weimer appeared agitated. Weimer made statements to Ba suggesting that he take any necessary steps to neutralize the Steiners and identify the person behind the Fidomaster account. Again, no evidence given for why he seemed agitated. Like, we don't know why. In particular, Ba remembers Weimer stating that, quote, the only thing that matters is that it stops. He assured Ba that his team would have support from the, quote, top if they ran into any legal problems. Both Wenig and Weimer deleted text messages that were exchanged during this period, so you knew it was wrong. Duh. And now the harassment and intimidation campaign begins. On August 6, 2019, Ba had 2 separate meetings with members of his security team to plan their operation against the Steiners. Like it's D-Day. Like we're landing at Omaha Beach. Don't piss me off. The plan included sending disturbing and unwanted deliveries and launching an online harassment campaign. In particular, the deliveries and online actions taken by Ba and his team included the following. Content warning, these are very vulgar messages that I really can't bleep properly, so I'm just going to read them as they are. Apologies in advance. First, sending Twitter direct messages to the Steiners that were vulgar and threatening. These messages including, quote, WTF, what's it going to take for you to answer me? Quote, I guess I'm going to have to get your attention another way, bitch. Quote, you don't have the balls to talk to me? Stop hiding behind your computer screen, you fucking cunt. Quote, what? Your fat fuck pussy husband needs to put you in line, cunt. And quote, after Mr. Steiner takes the plugs out of his asshole, fucking pussies. Next, ordering live spiders, fly larvae, live cockroaches, a Halloween mask of a bloody pig face, a funeral wreath, and a book entitled Grief Diaries, Surviving Loss of a Spouse for delivery at the Steiners' home, sending pornographic magazines to the Steiners' neighbors with David Steiner's name on the mailing label, attempting to order a pig fetus for delivery to the Steiners' home, ordering pizza for delivery at the Steiners' home at 4:30 in the morning, publicly tweeting at Miss Steiner, what pizza place is open at 4:30 a.m.? That's not in a college town. Maybe a 7-Eleven? Maybe. Publicly tweeting at Miss Steiner with her name, age, address, and telephone number, asking, "Dis your address," end quote. Posting 2 Craigslist advertisements with the Steiner's address soliciting strangers to come to their house. The expenses associated with these activities were paid with the credit card that PFC issued to Veronica Zay and paid the upfront costs for. In addition to the online and delivery-based harassment, Ba and members of his team traveled to Natick a second time to stalk and surveil the Steiners. On August 15th, 2019, Ba, Harville, and Zay unsuccessfully attempted to install a GPS tracking device on the Steiners' car. The next day, they rented a vehicle and began began monitoring the Steiners' home, following them by car when they left. Over several days, they circled the block and followed David Steiner through town. During this period, the Steiners were terrified to leave their house. Although they did leave their home on 7 occasions, each trip was made out of necessity, to purchase groceries, buy security equipment, or meet with police. They did not leave their home to celebrate their 31st wedding anniversary. The Steiners reported the conduct to the Natick Police Department, which began an investigation on August 16, 2019. eBay began its own investigation on August 22, 2019, after being contacted by the NPD. Baugh and his security team obstructed the NPD and eBay investigations. After NPD began its investigation, Weimer called Baugh to indicate that he and Jones were aware of the NPD criminal investigation. He equated the harassment to, quote, TPing a house and told Baugh to, quote, stick to his guns. On August 23rd, Baugh texted Weimer, quote, we will continue to cooperate with eBay's internal investigation, but not sure how much longer we can keep this up. Baugh assured Weimer that no crime was committed. After a series of interviews by eBay's legal team on August 30th, eBay placed Baugh, Pop, and Harville on administrative leave. And notice that none of those people are the CEO or the chief communications officer. Weimer or Wenig, whatever his name is. Are you joking? And in September 2019, terminated their employment together with that of Gilbert and Stockwell. Again, have we mentioned the CEO or the chief of communications? No, because those were people in the C-suite. All right, those were execs. They don't get in trouble for shit, apparently. Only the employees who were working at their beck and call. The lesson here, the pre-rebuttal before the rebuttal, which is probably just going to be a version of this, is no job, no boss is worth prison time. Duh. But think about it first. eBay also terminated Zay's contract. That month, eBay's board of directors voted to request CEO Wenig's resignation, which would be treated as a termination without cause, meaning a termination just for no reason that you won't get in trouble for, that won't be a stain on your record without cause. We didn't have cause to terminate you. We're just going to terminate you. It's totally fine. So accordingly, Wenig did indeed say, okay, fine, I'm terminated, great, and received a severance package of $57 million. He pressured, coerced, convinced, basically made it a requirement that his employees harass and threaten the hell out of these people. This couple, random couple in Massachusetts. And in return, his consequence is getting $57 million. White men in power are a trip, aren't they? eBay retained Wendy Jones and allowed her to retire with full benefits in 2020. eBay, however, did indeed terminate Weimer's employment for cause, but the kicker here is Weimer got a new job as the chief executive of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Silicon Valley. The board's chair said the nonprofit was, quote, aware of what happened at eBay, but believes Mr. Weimer is a, quote, leader with integrity and was the unanimous choice for the job. Of course he was. The U.S. Attorney's Office subsequently brought criminal charges against the 7 defendants from Baugh's security team. All 7 pled guilty to criminal charges arising from the misconduct. Baugh and Harville pled guilty to conspiracy to commit stalking and to substantive counts of stalking. Baugh also pled guilty to witness tampering and evidence destruction. Baugh was sentenced to 57 months, and Harville was sentenced to 24 months in prison. Federal prison, people.
2
Pop,
years
Stockwell,
and
Zay, Gilbert, and Cook pled guilty to conspiracy to commit cyberstalking and witness tampering. Pop was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day of imprisonment. Stockwell and Zay were sentenced each to 2 years of probation. Cook was sentenced to 18 months of imprisonment, and Gilbert was sentenced to time served. Crazy. No boss is worth it. No job is worth it. What the hell? As for eBay, the company, because it faced criminal charges as well, in 2024, the company agreed to pay a $3 million criminal penalty as part of a deferred prosecution agreement with federal prosecutors. The Steiners, however, and of course, filed a civil lawsuit against eBay in federal court in July 2021 for compensatory and punitive damages arising from a variety of claims, which I will quickly go over for you in case you were curious, but just know that at one point in this case, the Steiners sought $466 million in punitive damages alone. The Steiners' complaint alleged the following claims against eBay. Number 1, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Number 2, stalking under both California and Massachusetts law. Number 3, violation of the Federal Racketeering Act, known as RICO. That federal statute, 18 U.S.C. sections 1961 through 1968, allows individuals or businesses to sue for injuries to property or business caused by organized, ongoing criminal activity. Claim number 4 is a violation of the Massachusetts Civil Rights Act. The signers here allege that eBay violated their First Amendment rights to free speech and Article 16 of the Massachusetts Constitution by essentially harassing, intimidating, stalking, and threatening them because they were exercising their speech online. Number 5 is trespassing. Number 6 is false imprisonment, because false imprisonment can be found where someone is harassed or threatened or intimidated enough to stay home or to stay in a location, right? Hey, I'm going to shoot you unless you don't move from there. And then